Hi everyone, this is Casper here for a relatively casual video. So you may have seen, if you looked at my community tab, that I asked, you know, "Oh, do people maybe want me to give a voiceover basically for the riggery posts I've been making for Boys Planet on the subreddit?" And 5 people said yes, so here we are. I'm a small enough channel right now. Five people is enough people for me. So here I've got all of the posts I've made so far for easy linking. In this video, I'll just go over the pre-show post that I made and the first 6 episodes. I'll probably look at the other 6 episodes after the show finishes, like I'll do a voiceover for them after the show finishes. The reason I wanted to do the first 6 and also release the Riggery of Girls Planet and Riggery of Boys Planet videos before the show ends, aka right now, is because this, like, I'm recording this on the 6th of September. The third round for Boys Planet 2 is just about to start, and this is a very critical key round. It's also the round where people start to get really upset about X, Y, and Z. I guess I thought now is a good time to remind everyone of all of the riggery that happens and literally everything that goes on, because I would rather that people accept that the finale is not going to be fun than have a not fun finale, right? Like, it's not going to be fun either way, so we may as well accept it now. Basically, an educational post, and hopefully this will reach more people because, as I'll discuss in a moment, my posts didn't reach as many people as I hoped they would. And I can still see people are calling the riggery unfair, which, I mean, it is, but the posts that I put out were in a clearly in vain effort to make sure that people didn't need to post about how unfair the riggery is, because we should all know that in advance. We shouldn't be surprised by it. But it didn't work. So we'll see how we go. Alright, let's start with the first one. I'm not going to put any of my chapter cards in this video. I will timestamp in the description when I start reading each post, but I'm not going to put any the typewriter sound that I have. I'm not going to put any of that in. I'll just have, this is me scrolling so you can read what I'm saying at the same time. Also, while we're here, I will highly recommend you check out the work of Thomas Bordenet. He's a professor at my university, and he basically does what I do for K-pop with BL. So if you're interested in that, check him out. Alright, let's get into it. So, when did I make this post? The 11th of June. Okay, so about a month, a bit more than a month before the show started. Alright, let's go. I will add comments or thoughts that I've had since, because it's been a while since I made this post, and I might discuss some of the interesting comments that I've got. We'll just have a look. Hello everyone. Survival shows can be emotional roller coasters. Background on why I'm making this post. One of my personal interests is survival shows and their weird editing and structures. I especially enjoy educating people about the workings of shows like these from a psychological/editing perspective. I made several very long posts about Island 2's editing and structure and how it was designed to privilege their favourite trainees while that show was running, and I intend to make similar posts about Boys Planet 2. Basically, this post is about some hot tips and important things I think people should be aware of before watching the show, in a potentially vain hope of trying to reduce toxicity and unhealthily strong parasocial relationships. So let me get started with some things that will 100% happen on this show, thus please don't get too invested. Sinophobia. Most trainees will be extras. I reckon only about 20 to 30 of them will get any decent screen time. Hence, I'm sorry to say that unless Mnet likes your pick, they're very unlikely to make it in. There will be weird evil editing. There will be weird manipulations like interim vote reveals. There will be a Korean trainee privilege, in votes especially. There will be very few global trainees in the final group. Duh. So, my hot tips for voting. Once the shows combine, global trainees will drop like flies, so you may want to donate some of them votes. Never think your bias is safe. But also, your votes will do next to nothing, especially as an international voter. So, I guess try not to feel too bad if people get eliminated. We have surprisingly little control. Mnet owns all. And my hot tips for your mental health during the show. I recommend you enjoy the show and have someone you like, but please don't get so emotionally invested in them that your life hinges on this person's success. I recommend you keep at least a little emotional distance from the show for your own mental health. Mnet doesn't deserve your tears. And take everything with a grain of salt. There will be a lot of dodgy editing, misinformation, toxicity, etc. Let me give you some background on why I think this is necessary to say. Mnet specifically targets very young audiences with these survival shows. I mean like 10 to 18-year-olds. These ages often have more free time, being at school, often with no job, so they have more time to stream, vote, engage, etc. We can also tell that Mnet are targeting young audiences with young trainees. 13-year-old me would definitely have related to 13-year-old Wonyoung more than older trainees, for instance. But they target young audiences because they know they are young, naive, first-time watchers, so they can manipulate them. Basically, this show is designed to manipulate you. Please don't fall for the "you can protect their dreams" BS. Also, my motto, as you can see in my flair, a critical thought a day keeps Mnet away. My personal goal as a psychology student is education around the manipulation of the show, because if you know about the manipulation of the show, you can bypass it to some extent. Anyway, if you read this whole post, thank you, and I hope it was at least a little bit helpful. Please don't beat yourselves up about anything that happens in this show. Also, if you liked this post, I do make more of this content on my YouTube channel and have gone into more depth on survival show editing. And here I posted the video to my Boys Planet 2 versus Zero Base 1 video. First of all, I would like to say that as usual with these survival shows, I don't want to sound too full of myself, but as usual with these survival shows, I predicted everything. I mean, all of this was very predictable, but literally all of this came true. So, good on me, I guess. I also got this, mind you, I didn't predict that so many of the C Planet trainees would be culled. I thought they would have a 40-40 limit for the actual combined show. I didn't realize there wouldn't be a limit for that, so that's my bad. Are there any interesting comments here? Okay, this is a really good one in my opinion. At least one minor will be debuting, or don't watch the show. Mnet usually like their Mnet to be like anywhere from 14 to 16. So if you don't like the idea of children, I don't like the idea of children on survival shows. But if you think that children on survival shows is such an ethical violation that you don't want to support the group, don't watch survival shows, because there will always be traumatized kids on them. This is also a really good comment from a psychology perspective. The reason we have voting, and especially international voting, there is only one reason from Mnet's perspective, and it is literally just to increase engagement and investment in the group. If you saw my Riggery of Isna video, you'll know that Isna was entirely rigged, right? There was a 0% chance, basically, for Isna to not be the 7, aka 6, RIP Ji-yoon members that we ended up with, right? The literal, so like in that video, I posed the question, what was the point of the survival show if they were just going to debut these 7 members anyway? And the answer that I gave is engagement, right? If people are watching the show and they have the agency is such an important psychological concept, because if you don't have agency or self-efficacy, the belief that you can do something about a situation, you're not going to do anything. It's learned helplessness, right? But because survival shows or Mnet survival shows let you vote, they give you a false sense of agency, which makes you more invested because you feel like you have more control even though you don't. So, yeah, this is a hot tip to step back and stop voting. I would agree with that. I personally have almost entirely stopped voting, not because of stress, just because I'm not invested anymore. Like, I know that the 14 votes that I give in a 2 week period as a global viewer will do nothing. No one in this show is surviving or dying because of 14 international votes. Like, seriously? Therefore, I've just stopped. I don't care anymore. All right, let's move on to the first episode. And I will apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's names. I am looking up their PR videos where they introduce themselves, but literally anything could go wrong. So I'm doing my best and I apologize in advance. All right, so hi all, I'm back again. I made this post about a month ago giving tips for your mental health while viewing, which thankfully was appreciated by a lot of people. I'm also very fascinated by survival shows and the culture around them. I made very long posts during Island 2 analysing the editing and structural rigour of the show, and run a YouTube channel where I hope to educate people about Mnet's dastardly tactics, hence my flair. I spent all day today watching and rewatching the first episodes of both the K and C shows, as well as previous produce seasons, and taking copious amounts of notes, and have compiled some of my key takeaways on how Mnet is editing things, for your amusement and awareness. Also, my predictions for the fun of it. Please note, I would say there are 3 forms of riggery. First, vote rigging, i.e. X1. Second, editing, aka evil, angel, invisible editing. And third, structural, i.e. producer picks, producers allowing different teams to win, the 50-50 Korean international vote ratio, etc. Not everyone considers the second 2 to be rigging, but FYI for this post that I do. So, yeah, like I said, not everyone considers the second 2 to be riggery. I have had a lot of comments either on my videos or DMs on Reddit saying, what are you going on about? Like, ISNA wasn't rigged, X, Y, and Z wasn't rigged, it's just editing. Editing isn't riggery. You can think whatever you want. Don't let me stop you, but for me, I would consider editing riggery, and I would consider structural things like the 50-50 ratio straight up riggery. So that's why I felt the need to give this disclaimer. Also, I find it hilarious that they're going to push the Halbin thing by having the 2 of them represent each show. They didn't even have the centers for the Signal Song VCRs, they just had Halbin. This is something I'll discuss later in this episode's post, but a good chunk of the marketing around Boys Planet 2 has been literally just trying to bring Zeroses around to the concept of the show. So many Zeroses were so angry when the show was announced, and obviously Mnet really want the support of Zeroses because, you know, Zero Base One had their comeback the other day, and yet again they have over 1 million albums sold. Only group in history to have done that. K-pop group, I don't know about other groups. So much of the stuff that Mnet has done has been trying to do this. They've had Halbin everywhere on the show. In fact, like I said in my episode 8 post, I think, I wouldn't be surprised if Halbin announced the final group. They've had Halbin doing the intros for the show, where usually they would get either the general MC or the Signal Song Centers to do that. They've had like so many comparisons to trainees from Boys Planet 1. They even have trainees from Boys Planet 1. Like, they're obviously trying to strike the same goal that they struck with Boys Planet 1. But will it happen? I don't know. We'll have to wait for the group to debut. Alright, let's start with the general riggery tactics. These are some quick things that aren't specific to Boys Planet 2, but which are important to be aware of, and which have been used in both the K and C versions of the show, although I felt they were more prominent in the K version. Dramatic music and editing. Sound can change how we perceive a person, for good or bad, and this is used copiously by Mnet. Similarly, sound effects and replaying moments. This emphasizes a moment either positively or negatively. Then the idolization of Rank 1, the debut group, the masters, the star creators, all of this makes the show feel higher stakes, as in, if you don't debut, you die, and makes the trainees feel less powerful in comparison to the masters and the audience. By making the trainees idolize and bow down to us, the audience, Mnet gives us a false sense of control, which is false because they're rigging it. So this comes back to what I said earlier about agency. Like, this is one of the ways they try and give us a false sense of agency. The trainees' dreams are in our hands, except they're not. The other thing I want to point out here is I've actually noticed since this post that there hasn't been that much idolization of the debut group and Rank 1 this season. Like, in Girls Planet and Boys Planet, it felt like every 30 seconds there was like, the honourable Rank 1, the glorious debut team, the chance to achieve their dreams, oh, the honourable Rank 1, honourable, 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 right? Especially if you go back and watch any Girls Planet elimination episode, it's crazy, but I don't think there's been that much of that for Boys Planet 2. I don't know why. I think it's very unusual that they cut it, but maybe they just thought it wasn't necessary. I don't know. Next, the editing of the demo stages. Mnet shows audience and judge reactions includes sound effects and so on to make a performance seem better or worse than it actually is. My go-to performance to demonstrate this is Rumour on Girls Planet 999. In the episode, all of the trainees other than Zhao Ting were edited to be terrible, but when you watch the non-edited version, it was perfectly passable, which shows what a difference editing can make. Also, notice how the MC&D members were criticised for performing to the camera, but several trainees in the C group and trainees from previous seasons like Richie and Yujin were praised for it. This shows how Mnet's like/dislike of a trainee dictates how their editing portrays the same actions differently. Like, literally, why were the MC&D members criticised for doing something that idols are literally supposed to be able to do? Next, invisible editing /salience /backstories. This is simple. More screen time, either good or bad, equals more people know who you are equals more votes. No screen time equals no votes. I said this in my Girls Planet, the Riggery of Girls Planet videos. If no one knows who you are, how are they going to vote for you? Cliffhangers at every opportunity. This creates anxiety about everything. What star level did this guy get? Who's performing next? How are Yumeki and Boy Story going to perform? Or let's just stick an ad break here. Even if only for a few more seconds, Mnet will draw everything out to keep you hooked. This is just classic TV editing. They will probably show most of the people they like in episode 1. Although we may see a few extra people next episode, chances are that we've already seen most of the final members of the group perform. This makes sense from an Mnet perspective to help them get as much exposure as possible. And I would stick with this. I don't remember who performed in episode 1, we're about to have a look, but I can practically guarantee that everyone of any importance performed then. Okay, 2, the demo stage songs. Friendly reminder that according to the best information we have, which is explicit testimony from Girls Planet trainees, Mnet picks all of the demo stages. The literal only evidence I have against this is a throwaway line in the C version episode where one trainee, I've forgotten who, mentions picking his song. However, trainees on Girls Planet and Boys Planet 1 also acted like they picked their songs even when they didn't pick their songs. For example, Yanning was asked about the group picking Helicopter, but they didn't pick it, Mnet did. The reason I bring this up is that it is a form of riggery, where Mnet gives trainees they like songs that suit them, and trainees they don't like songs that don't suit them. So, some examples for this season, Unshin and Gonwoo and the IST trainees in K Group were given songs that suited and highlighted them, but people like the Chick Chick Boom guy and the FNC trainees were given songs they couldn't keep up with on purpose. Okay, third, seasonal gimmicks and a return to produce. This is one of the prime ways that Mnet likes to rig things. Every season of Produce, and yes, I have to remind people I do consider Boys Planet Produce, has a new gimmick to keep audiences engaged and trainees guessing. You may have noticed, but the gimmick this season is ripped straight from Produce X 101. The X, or in this case no star, rank equals elimination. By the way, notice how Girls Planet was very different from Produce, but when it was accepted, Boys Planet came closer to the Produce formula, and Boys Planet 2 is even closer. They even included the Pick Me Up lyrics in the signal song. Now, speaking of the no star rank, what are the trainees evaluated on? Well, the show tells us skills, charm, and potential, but charms and potential are very meaningless and subjective words. With this system, nothing stops Mnet from using the judges as a mouthpiece and getting them to keep an unskilled trainee the producers like by just saying, he has potential, or getting rid of a skilled trainee by saying, he has no charm. I don't know if this structure will happen throughout the rest of the show. It certainly looks like it with the whole, bottom class getting removed thing, but if it does, expect to see some talented trainees being dropped for meaningless reasons. As long as Mnet doesn't fly too close to the sun and eliminate someone popular like Yumeki this way, they're in control. This may be an attempt on their part to be able to prevent trainees they don't like Riki and Bahie, making the final lineup. So, I was a bit confused about how they were going to do the eliminations in the first episode. I thought when they said they were removing the bottom class each elimination, Mnet would be picking the classes, which is why I made this comment. But in the end, what removing the classes is literally just a normal elimination. They just allocate classes for, basically no reason. So Mnet didn't gain extra control over the rest of the show, but they did gain extra control for the first few episodes. Also, the intense hierarchy of the class system this season feels like a social commentary. I remember writing this. But Mnet like to come really close to criticizing themselves before they just don't. It was literal classism. So I guess it's got slightly better throughout the season, but I just thought it was so funny in the first few episodes that it was so hierarchical. Like the whole, the all-star seats are reserved for people experienced with K-pop thing. Like, what? Speaking of Mnet liking to come really close to criticizing themselves, they tend to have trainees saying stuff like, Mnet's going to edit it this way, Mnet's going to X, Y, and Z. This feels like unfair, all of that, right? They have these little snippets where it seems like they're kind of being self-aware, and then they just don't do anything with it. And if they were serious about criticizing themselves, which obviously they're not, they'd actually have someone going into depth about how it's manipulative or something to do something like this, or how maybe the hierarchy is a social commentary because the world's becoming so much more hierarchical or something like that. But no, and that just drops those bits in and then they just do nothing with them. So a more chronologically recent example of this would be Zhongjing saying, and then are gonna repeat this clip of me wanting to leave the show or something, right? When they include that, you'd think they're being self-aware, but I don't know why they do it. It's a bit weird. The other gimmick this season is the two shows, but it doesn't really seem like it worked out for Mnet, considering they're merging them. Alright, now on to more important, specific instances of riggery I noticed. Fourth section, the first demo stage. The first demo stage historically has led to a debuting trainee. The first performance is very salient for most people, so Mnet will always put a trainee in that group that they intend to highlight and favour to at least take them to the finale. Let's look at the history of the Mnet shows. In Produce 101 Season 1, Yeonjung was in the final group. In Season 2, no one made it to 101, but Hyungsop was in the finale. In Produce 48, Yenna was obviously an Eyes one. In Produce X101, no one, this is an interesting one, no one in the first performance debuted, but that was because the source music performance of Coco Bop was used to showcase how amazing DSP's Coco Bop was in comparison. And DSP had Dongpyo, who debuted with X1. I don't know why that got cut off, but he debuted with X1. In Girls Planet, we had Xiaoting. In Boys Planet, we had my guy, Ganuk. And in Island 2, we had Sarang. And yes, reminder if anyone doesn't know, I do consider Island 2 part of Produce. So, who did we have this time around? On the K show, IST performed first, and both Rensho and Dongyu were highlighted. I reckon they'll push Dongyu as a leader for the group since he was highlighted in many ways. He was given lots of screen time, he was praised for his leadership, he was given all stars, and he was highlighted in another important way I'll mention later. Unless something goes really wrong, I think we can expect to see Dongyu in the final group. On the C show, we had the Zhang Zehu team, where Zhongjing was highlighted. Honestly, I don't know if he'll make it in. In the episode 2 teaser, he was highlighted as being a weirdo, so it's possible he'll get an improvement arc. He also had his sexy and hot shining forever thing, which seems like an attempt to capitalize on the Ricky bandwagon. He got 2 stars, which bodes well for him. Okay, I'll give a quick update on this. I'm still holding on for a good Dongyu edit in the next episode. He got one 2 episodes ago, episode 6, and that took him to rank 24 for the second elimination. Everyone's telling me I'm crazy and he's 100% going to get eliminated, but I am still very convinced that if Mnet give him a good edit, he will debut. If Mnet don't give him a good edit, sure, he'll be eliminated in the next round. But if they give him a good edit, if they continue to push him, he will debut, especially now that people have had the scare of him not debuting. As far as Songjing, obviously he's been eliminated now. Obviously they didn't want him in the group. He was just a comedy character for them. He was the same kind of character as like Jing Chao on Girls Planet, where like, or maybe, what's the other girl? The other girl who was in the group with Xiaoting and Jing Chao for Rumor, the one who had bad eyesight. Like her, for instance, they didn't want her in the group, but she was a comedy character for them. And that's the kind of role that Zhongjing was playing. Anyone who has like a really strong personality or just seems a bit lost all the time, or usually doesn't speak Korean very well, yeah, Mnet are gobbling them up. Alright, now on to extra talents shown. You know how the mentors sometimes randomly ask trainees to showcase different skills individually? Well, it isn't random. This allows Mnet to highlight trainees they like by saying, oh hey look, he can dance really well, but he can sing too. He's talented and the mentors agree, you should vote for him. Here's some evidence for you all. On Girls Planet, Xiaoting and Shana were asked to showcase their skills individually, and Mnet wanted both of them in the group. And this is where I remind people, yes, I believe they wanted Shana in the group. On Boys Planet 1, a lot more trainees showcased skills. Ganuk, Hanbin, Haruto kind of, Shen Quandri, Junghao, Yujin, Gyuvin, and the Dial plus Junso duo. Obviously, Mnet wanted Ganuk, Hanbin, Junghao, and Yujin in the group. I think they were kind of neutral on Gyuvin, but they probably wanted him in the finale. Quandre and Haruto showcased dance skills as part of Mnet's push to show G Group as kind of crazy, kooky, and out there, although they did like both trainees, but probably only enough for the top 28. Dial and Jinso was basically a joke test to show their lack of skills. So yeah, if you want to stand out, you want Mnet to give you the chance to showcase your skills. Oddly enough, literally no one on the C show was asked to do this in the first episode. It was really weird. I actually reckon it's because Mnet didn't want any trainees from that show debuting. I've since changed my opinion on this. I don't know why they didn't do it, but I don't think it's because of that necessarily. But the K show had a lot, so who? Dongyu, hi again, Qingwei, Woojin, Sungwon, and Leo, and Yumeki. So why? Who did Mnet want? I reckon they 100% want Dongyu, which is why they asked him to sing something more relaxed, to show his vocal skill outside of a dance-heavy song. Qingwei and Woojin are possible likes of Mnet. They like Qingwei for dance, and they probably prefer him from Wake One as an international contestant over most of the C show trainees. They may also want him for Mnet. He is around the age they like for Mnet. Woojin they may want as a Tere type, but we'll see. He may not have Tere's sticking power. Sangwon and Leo were highlighted because I think Mnet wants Sangwon in the group. He's been getting great edits. Leo is a bystander. Yumeki they want to highlight as a talented contestant, but I'll get back to him later. So I would say I predicted most of this, so I wouldn't say 100%, but I'm about 90% sure that they want Dongyu. Qingwei and Woojin, yeah, look, they like both of them. I think that both of them, so when they had the 8 members from C group debuting and 8 members from K group debuting, I reckon both of them would have been in the top 8 for the K group, but when they had to merge the shows, I reckon they both got ditched for C group trainees, and that's one of the reasons they haven't been pushed as much. The other thing with Woojin is he was actually a trainee under Wake One scandal, which most people agree is a stupid scandal. But yeah. Still agree they want Sangwon in the group. Leo is a bystander. I didn't predict that well. Mnet do want Leo, but I'm not convinced he's going to make the final group at this point. Yumeki, I predicted they want to highlight him as a talented contestant, but they don't want him in the group. Alright, K versus C show. As you will see in a moment, the K show had far more interesting characters than the C show. I reckon this is because Mnet knows the K show is getting more attention, partially because of their own efforts hiding the C show, and thus want to put most of the trainees they like in the K show. This allows those trainees to stand out and also waters down the competition for Unshin, allowing him to stand out more on the C show in comparison. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the only person from the C show to debut. Next, first impression scores. This was a gimmick exclusive to the C show. I don't know why it was there, just for drama maybe. That one guy described it as a public execution, which is, again, Mnet coming so close to criticising themselves, but not, which is weird. People in the comments pointed out to me that this actually happened on the K show as well. They just didn't mention it for some reason. It's very bizarre. Like, borderline no reason to do it. It was just odd. I feel like the Boys Planet 1 trainees being able to put as many star stickers as they liked on their name tags was far more fun. Alright, here we go. The rigged trainees. This is the meat. Who were the people who got the big highlight? First, Rensho. He was highlighted as a talented trainee in the first stage and was given all stars. We know he gets 1 star later, we knew this from a leak. So if Mnet like him, they'll give him an improvement arc. He's in Whiplash team against the Avengers team and is the most highlighted trainee from that team so far, so may get a Gunnock type edit of feeling like he let the team down. Unfortunately for me, who likes Rensho, he didn't get this edit. He did get screen time. He probably got some of the most screen time in that team, but he didn't get that edit. And then he got eliminated, which is very depressing for me. But I always knew that they liked Dongyu more than him, so like, you know, it is what it is. Okay, next, Dongyu. He's going to start rising soon. He got about as good of an edit as one can get in the first episode. He got tons of screen time, lots of reactions to other trainees shown, praised by the judges and was given the highest score. He stays all-star for the Signal Song evaluation and will probably be the leader of S-Class in my opinion. He was given a great leadership highlight while also being a bit funny with the whole spirit thing, and was given lots of time in confessionals talking about other trainees. He also got to demonstrate his singing individually and was in the first stage of the show. So guys, Dongyu ranked 3 in the final group. He wasn't the leader of S-Class, but I do still, like I said, I do still believe Mnet wants him. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be ranked 3 in the final group, but I still have hope that he can debut. Alright, Gonwoo. Riggery! This is just riggery. From the moment he stepped on screen, he was rigged. as expected from a centre of the show. There were lots of sparkles on screen and cute music as the other trainees talk about how handsome and tall he is and fall in love with him. He also gets the classic last chance storyline, which will make people empathise with him, and is highlighted as having experience and being skilled. He's also asked what he wants to hear as feedback from the judges, which is an honour that makes him seem almost equal with them, and which has only been given to Yujin and Hui before, both of whom were debuted idols. He had tons of screen time, and whenever he was on screen, people talked about how handsome he was. But, most obvious of all, he was given Sweat to sing, a Zero Base One song which suited him and which he was capable of singing. This subconsciously ties him to Zero Base One and makes him seem more deserving of, quote, replacing them. Hence, Mnet are aware of Zero's concerns of Zero Base One being replaced, and they want to provide us with this guy. They're going, oh hey, he isn't Hanbin, but like, he could be Hanbin. Then he gets 3 stars and his cute little smile is highlighted. He's only going up, like Hanbin. Mind you, Hanbin didn't go up, he was always at the top. So what I couldn't predict was, I think a little bit after I released this post, the Gonwoo allegation / scandal happened. I'll talk about it more later, but when I first heard of it, I basically predicted it wouldn't really have an effect on him, and oh, what a shocker. I so far have been right. So we'll talk about that later. Alright, Qingwei, he gets a dance highlight and is from Wake One. We like Wake One on the Planet series. Like I said, he may be a dancer maknae, e.g. Yujin. Woojin was highlighted for singing. He may be a Tere type, but we'll have to see how his dancing progresses. So, my concern with Woojin was that they'd criticize him for his dancing and it wouldn't be up to par enough for him to actually keep up with the rest of the group. I reckon, having seen his stages, that it is up to par. However, I think, like I said, him and Qingwei, I believe they were part of the K group top 8, but not the combined top 8. So they've kind of been dropped. The other unfortunate thing is Woojin, like Gonwoo, was revealed to be a Wake One trainee that was information kept from the audience. So he was kicked out of Wake One and basically erased from the show the same way Gonwoo was, which I think they've basically dropped him. But I don't think they dropped him just because of that. I think they dropped him because of the merge. Qingwei, I also think they dropped because of the merge. His biggest problem is that he's been in a group with Sangwon 2 times. Like, good luck, buddy. How are you going to shine over that? The other thing is, you know, like I said, we like Wake One on the Planet series, but in the first episode, Gonwoo and Woojin were both under Wake One as well. And you don't want 3 people from one company. Although Gonwoo and Woojin were probably only added to Wake One, so they could be under the same company. I reckon the Wake One trainee they're going for right now at date of recording is Gonwoo. Even though he's not under the company anymore, I would say he still counts. Is it possible that Qingwei gets like some epic maknae edit in the coming round? Yeah, sure. He's probably the most interesting person in Sugar High team. But we'll really have to see. Similarly to Dongyu, if they edit him well enough, he can debut. Alright, Yumeki. They gave him a dance and skill highlight, but note how they used this to say that he's too good for the show, and tied him to Kyuhyung. This is something they did with Hui, which helped them subtly remove Hui from the final lineup. By constantly reinforcing how he was literally too good for the debut group, they subtly encouraged fans not to vote for him, because he's literally just too good. It also makes him seem older, i.e. too old for the show, like Hui. Yumeki will also likely experience the opposite problem to Hui. Hui could sing but was a weaker dancer, while Yumeki can dance but is a weaker singer. Mnet also highlighted him himself, saying that he's stubborn, so this could be used to evil edit him if they want. It hasn't been used to evil edit him so far, but it may be used in the coming episode. There was a questionable teaser. I think they've definitely been keeping up this editing that he's too good for the show, and they've been tying him to Kyung quite a bit. So it just shows like what's he doing here? The other thing is he's not doing himself any favors because he's sung like 3 lines on the entire show. So the literal like one thing he had to do to prove himself was prove his vocal skills, and he hasn't done it. So even considering the fact that Mnet doesn't like him, he doesn't have the ability to Ricky himself into the group because he hasn't proved his value to the group. And he hasn't proved that he's better as an idol than as a choreographer, right? Alright, Sangwon, this is Riggery Part 2. He got everything. And I can see why he's been on top of the polls. He's an appealing character. Before the show, he was always on top of the polls, and I was like, who's this dude? Like, I remembered Trainee A, but I didn't know anything about him. But after this episode, I understood. He's tall, he's handsome, he's introverted and quiet, he's brooding, and he's traumatized. And a monster on stage. Sangwon was handed everything he needed to succeed in this episode. Praise from both the trainees and judges, an emotional friendship, let's debut together arc with Leo, funny and cute moments with his shoe falling off and him constantly apologising for swearing, a last chance backstory which was initiated by a scripted trainee A question from the judges which was designed to make him depressed, lots of screen time, highlights of his looks and skills, an all-star ranking, a depression arc, an engaging teaser for the second episode which makes him look even more depressed, and even comments from the judges about how depressed he is. Guys, did you know he's depressed and lacking confidence? He's going to be a pseudo main character of this season whose storyline is all about his last chance and gaining back his confidence after depression. He also kind of gets to be like V, being dragged to a show by his friend and debuting. I mean, I know V wasn't on a show, but still. Also, his shoe fell off, right? That's the kind of thing that lots of trainees would be scolded for, but Mnet edited it in a funny light, making it seem like a non-issue showing that they like him, thus editing Ryori. If it was someone they didn't like and that person like swore in the middle of the performance, the judges would be like, why were you so unprofessional? But for someone they were like, yeah, he's funny. Alright, Leo. He is highlighted as being a potential main vocalist / a strong vocalist. He got many of the same edits as Sangwon, but he is an accessory to Sangwon, and all of the edits were focused on Sangwon. I don't think Mnet will push him that much. Okay, I was wrong about Leo. I was convinced they only wanted Sangwon out of the duo, possibly because of Leo's controversy. But in later episodes, they've shown that they well and truly do want him. And they probably want him as their main vocalist. Okay, what about the C show? There were far fewer people properly highlighted here, probably because Mnet doesn't really want any of them outside of Anshin and maybe one. The plus one is Shinlong. But we did have a few. I've stretched my definition of highlighted because there were literally so few. Alright, first, Anshin. Funny note, he nicely avoided sitting in the first place seat. He's got a big brain. Rip Hao, who had to sit on the first place seat. He got a similar edit to Gonwoo, although less extreme. He also got the sparkles and the music and the comments about how handsome he is. He also got to look nervous but still to do well, and was shown as a stage presence monster. He was highlighted for executing a K-pop song well, which is good news. It's subconsciously trying to make him more K-pop for Korean audiences. As far as an update on him, I think his biggest problem right now is he just looks so nervous when he performs that he's never actually performing at his full potential, or at least that's what I've noticed. Other than that, I think he's doing well. I've got a few people who've attacked me for saying that I think he's getting enough screen time because they don't think he's getting screen time that he deserves as center, but like because he's center, he doesn't need as much screen time to debut. So I think he'll be fine. Alright, Songxing. He was the first performance highlighted and was given the sexy man obsession. He was given all stars. Was he? I thought he was given 2 stars. Whatever. But the next episode teaser makes me skeptical about whether Mnet actually want him in the group. He could just be a variety show personality. He was a variety show personality. Alright, Kai Wen was shown as a rank 1 contender, and literally nothing after that. We haven't seen him since. Chinan was nicely set up for an improvement arc and could have been a top C group contender for the debut group, but then I had a look and he literally left the show before it started airing, so I guess he's not getting in. I reckon he would have been one of their top 8 for the C show, but like I said, he literally left the show. Alright, Jae-young will maybe be highlighted more if they want more Aegyo, but it's unlikely. Update is he was not highlighted, they clearly did not want more Aegyo, and he got eliminated, unlucky. Hengyu, he got the last chance storyline and was shown to be very skilled. We'll have to see how he's edited in the future. I was always saying with him at the start that it really depends on how he's edited, and he's been given decent edits, and Mnet clearly like him. Like, he was 100% one of their top 8 C trainees, but with the merge, he's been shoved out of the group. So, unlucky for him. Alright, Jack. He's a crazy Aussie. He has great, I don't know why I wrote possible. He has great friendship chemistry with Bohang. We got a Jimin style flash forward to disaster for him in episode 2, and it seems like he gets eliminated in the signal song test. Yes, he was eliminated. Was he ready to debut? No. But was he great? Yes. He very classic Aussie. I don't know, I liked him, yeah. And I thought him and Bohang were like a cute duo. Um, Now that they've both been eliminated, hopefully they can debut together or something. Alright, next, Sen, who was a skilled crybaby. He survived the original signal song test, so may be highlighted further. I'm pretty sure he's been eliminated now, so he definitely didn't get highlighted further. And last, Boy Story slash Shinlong. Based on styling, etc., I think Mnet like Shinlong the most out of the Boy Story members. Obviously, we haven't seen their performance or much editing of them yet, but I think they've been given a significant amount of screen time already and have been positively highlighted. I think they'll be Mnet's pick for a previously debuted idol in the group, and Shinlong has the best chance out of the 3 of them. They even gave him coloured contacts to help him stand out. I thought the coloured contacts thing was like insane levels of riggery, especially considering how he was styled compared to the rest of the group. It's like, oh, tell me without telling me that you want him in the group, Mnet. I feel pretty proud of myself. I predicted this one from the start, and most other people didn't predict it. Especially because he started at like rank 15 in the C group or something, so you'd expect him to be 30 after the merge. Um, yeah, good on me. Most of the C trainees had pretty meh edits compared to the K group ones. Note how all of my notes are so vague and some of them are single sentences. And I think they're currently looking more boring in general, which is something Mnet will probably use to have fewer of them in the final group. It's completely predictable, and it's happened. Next, lineup predictions. It is way too early to make solid predictions, but this is what the current episode indicates. A possible lineup based on purely the episode 1 editing could be Anshin, Gonu, Sangwon, Dongyu, Rensho, Qingwei, Woojin, and Shinlong. So that's a 4K 4G ratio. In both Girls Planet and Boys Planet, I reckon Mnet wanted a 5 to 4 K to G ratio, so this fits their MO. Actually looking back, I think they wanted a 6-3 K to G ratio in Boys Planet, but like, whatever, close enough. All of these people have a current rank in or close to the top half of the rankings, which is just how Mnet likes it. At this point, the lowest person was Rensho at 44. Obviously, this isn't going to be the debut group, but I do think this was a pretty good prediction of Mnet's ideal top 8. I've changed it around a bit since, but I think the only person I missed on was Rensho, and even then, they really liked him. They just didn't want him in the actual group. Yeah, so good on me. Alright, other notable trainees. Yumeki will make the final but fail. He will get the Hui edit and the bad vocal edit. Yes, he has a massive Japanese fan base, but the 50-50 ratio will work against him, as it worked against other globally popular trainees like Yanning, Ruchi, Keita, and Jay. I'll stand by this. He hasn't had a bad vocal edit, purely because he hasn't had any vocal parts. But other than that, At this point, I'm not even sure he'll make the final, but he may make the final or he's not making the final group. Selwyn, whether he debuts or not is entirely based on his editing. He got a bit of screen time in episode 1 and will be the most favoured of the Boys Planet 1 contestants, but I don't know if Mnet wants him in the group. Him leaving Nine Eye was the single smartest decision I think anyone has ever made on either season of Boys Planet so far. Selwyn fans, if you want to see him again, vote for him, and that's the message he was sending them. Okay, so he's been eliminated. Sad times. I was right with most of this. Whether or not he debuts is based on his editing. Yes, it was, and they decided they didn't want him. He will be the most favoured of the Boys Planet 1 contestants. Yes, he was. He got by far the most screen time out of the 5 of them. I think there were 5 of them. And him leaving Nine Eye is still, in my opinion, a really smart decision because it opens him up for more career paths. And like I said in this post, it was him sending the message to his fans, if you want to see me, vote me into the group. I think the single biggest reason why he didn't debut is because he still had Pentagon to go back to and fans had hope for Pentagon. If we had left Pentagon in advance, I reckon he would have got into Zero Base 1. Alright, Leo. I think Leo will become an accessory to Sungwon and will be used as a Uranus-style trainee. Basically, he will be sacrificed for Sungwon's depression arc and development, superhero style. And when I say this, I mean like how heroes always are orphans and their parents died. Yes, Mnet highlighted him as a good vocalist and a potential main vocalist, but I think he'll become the J of this season and just miss out. Kind of sucks considering he was the one who convinced Sungwon to join, but I guess it is what it is, and he's nowhere near as popular as Sungwon for various reasons. RIP to a fellow Aussie. He's trending a lot better than I thought he would be. I'm still not entirely convinced he'll debut, but good on him, you know, he's been doing pretty well, and Mnet definitely want him for main vocalist. Alright, Zhongxing, maybe, depending on how he gets edited in the next few episodes. How he was edited in the next few episodes was not good, he got eliminated. Alright, previously debuted idols. I don't think any of them really have a chance outside of possibly one of the members of Very Very, which is unlikely, and Shinlong, who seems to be the most popular member of Boy Story. The Choco 1 members could be Muknays, but I don't think Mnet likes them enough for that, and I think one of them has been eliminated anyway. One of them had not been eliminated, but now they both have. RIP. Looking back now, they definitely don't want a member of Very Very. I think they're going to evil edit Kangmin next episode. Shinlong they definitely want. Unshin and Shinlong are the only memorable / notable C group trainees to me, but I guess we'll see what happens in the future. I don't know how I managed to typo Shinlong's name with a G so many times, but whatever. Alright, conclusions. First, this show is already so insanely rigged that I kept laughing randomly at Mnet. Like, potential and charms, both those words just made me laugh. If you like someone, keep voting for them no matter what. That said, we are sheep. I like Sangwon because of how he was edited. What's another good example? I like Dongyu because of how he was edited. I like Shinlong because of the styling. Yeah. We're all sheep. I voted for Gunnook because I liked him, but actually I liked his editing. I mean, I do like him, obviously, but like, you know. Alright. Keep your wits about you, soldiers. Take a look at my flare and remember, a critical thought a day keeps Mnet away. Also, Stan Gunnook, who was also rigged into Zero Base 1. I hope this was helpful and thank you for reading my ramblings. I think I'm losing brain cells already watching this show. And I lost many more brain cells since. I'm so dead. Okay, this is an interesting one. Bullying. And I've replied, oh, this is actually hilarious. I don't know if it was this person, but someone came back and apologized. We'll probably see it later. Someone came back and apologized to me because they had, like, I got like borderline persecuted for saying that I thought Gonwoo would still make the group in the first few episodes. And here was my reasoning. You know, people who become controversial tend to get a stronger fan base, right? I gave the examples of like Ricky Bahia, etc. Here are my reasons. Like, not everyone knows about the accusations. Not all of the people who see it will stop voting for him. Mnet will keep showcasing him, and he's talented enough for people to like him. He's handsome, and he has the center position, and he's Korean, right? Literally everything is on his side. And yeah, as you can see, I mean, Reddit is an echo chamber, and upvotes and downvotes are complete echo chamber mechanics, but you can see that people didn't agree with me, right? Joke's on them. Gunwoo's like almost certainly debuting. I predicted it. Oh, this person was complaining about the global live stream being blocked, which is so annoying. Um, but yeah, I think the main thing is they don't want a foreign trainee to be PO1 again. I'd agree with that. This was kind of hilarious. People not falling for overly positive edits. I can see that you have put Dongyu as your pick for this season, so my question is, did you like Dongyu before the show, or did you fall for the good edit? Edgic, not into it, but it's interesting. I appreciate that person. Yet so many people have commented under my posts that the trainees did pick the signal song or the demo stage songs and all of that. Like, all of the evidence points to the fact that they didn't pick them. And the question I will always give people is, what makes you think that Mnet would give up any control by letting the trainees pick their own ones? If they let the trainees pick their own ones, the trainees are going to pick popular songs that suit them well and slay those songs, and then we might get another Ricky situation. A lot of people also really came for me for saying that Ricky wouldn't make the group. Not Ricky, sorry, Yumeki. But like, he's not looking too hot right now, is he? Alright, let's talk about the episode 2 stuff. Episode 1 and episode two's posts were really long because not only were there 2 episodes, but I also had to establish everything to begin with. Now I can just go, oh, refer to post 1, refer to post 5. But at the start I had to write everything out. Alright. Hi all, I made this post last week and now I'm back at it for episode 2. What did Mnet do to rig this episode? Who do they want in the group / not want in the group? What happened to so on? Read further to find out. Alright, first, housekeeping. I just included the fact that I believe vote rigging, editing, and structural choices are all riggery because I, even to this day, get comments like, why are you using riggery incorrectly? Alright, extra talents shown. So last week I discussed how the trainees who get to showcase an extra talent are usually wanted by Mnet, either in the final group or in the finale. I also mentioned how most people they want are shown in episode 1, so episode 1 has probably shown us 7 out of 8 of the final trainees of the group across both shows. Okay, update on this, I agree. If we look at my most recent prediction of what they want, Sungwon was in episode 1, Unshin was episode 1, Shinlong didn't perform in episode 1, but he was majorly highlighted and had tons of screen time in episode 1. Yunso, I don't think he did, but he's my like question mark right now. Dongyu was in episode 1, Gonwoo was in episode 1. I don't remember Junmin either way. So pretty close, right? A few more people were showcased in this episode, Hyunjin and Junso on the K show. Junso gets a highlight for being in a BL and thus for his acting. I haven't seen this BL, but apparently his acting was good in it. He's had a decent amount of screen time in this episode, so I reckon he's one of the frontrunners as far as debuted idols go. We'll talk more about him later. He is one of the frontrunners, but Mnet doesn't want him. Hyunjin is an interesting one. His highlight for dancing with Kani is one that he kind of created himself by asking if he could show his dance. Assuming this wasn't scripted, which honestly it probably was, this is a smart move on his part and it makes him more likely to be shown. Sure, Mnet could have edited this out, but they didn't, which was good for him. We finally had someone... Oh, sorry, I think he got eliminated last episode. We finally had someone show an extra skill on the C show, kind of, Pen Jingyu got to showcase his viral singing, but he wasn't given much of a highlight otherwise, and he's been eliminated, so rip. Alright, remainder of the demo stages. I thought there was a possibility that Mnet would want to show Selwyn and give him a cool edit in this episode, considering how many reaction shots of his they were showing, but they obviously don't want him in. Combine that with him ranking outside of the top 8 and rip Selwyn, I think your chances are done. Sorry, Selwyn Nation. Yeah, he was done. Anyway, it's worth noting that both Yumeki and Boy Story performances were used for cliffhangers last episode. Pretty classic, just pick the most exciting person slash group for each show and do a cliffhanger. Duh. Other than that, I don't have anything exciting to mention about this. Alright, the signal song test. Idolization of the masters, the signal song, the debut group, and the fans, check. Also, return to produce format, check. The classes picked their own leaders for each group. This gives each of the leaders a chance to gain more screen time, etc. I also love how they brought back something that caused a lot of tension in season 1, Gunnock's rank being put on hold, and made it a normal part of the show. Gunnock really is a trendsetter. Also, don't forget that for all of these missions, any interim check is only done like after 12 hours maximum, and from later episodes it seems like it was only done after like 5 hours, so of course the trainees will do poorly. This mission gives Mnet a chance to highlight more trainees, although it's typically not a huge way in which they rig these shows, as in they show tons of people in the signal song test, but very few of them get enough backstory and screen time for it to actually be worth it. Let's discuss anyway. I may have missed a few people here since they were shown very briefly. So here's a list of K trainees who I noticed were like present. The only relevant ones, Sanghyun is in the current top 8. Yunso is Shinlong's little brother now. Selwon, rip. I think that's supposed to say Junmin, not Jumin. Obviously he's doing pretty well. Gonwoo was basically edited out of this episode. Harry was there, but he's gone now, rip. Alright, people who got more screen time. Show got an overconfidence arc. I suppose with no Chinese contestants to evil edit, Mnet's turn to the Japanese ones. I don't think that was actually the case. I think they just saw potential drama and went with it. Alright, then we've got Liu being stressed and anxious. Yumeki got a brilliant edit, being helped by Aoshi and others, working hard, being humble, improving, etc. Inhu and Masato helping each other and Masato gaining confidence. Junso got a leader edit. Taejo was working hard with his Hyung's help to keep his stars. And Sangwon and Leo got a depression friendship arc. Hey guys, did you know that Sangwon's depressed and anxious? And also that these two must debut together. Alright, onto the C show. So they had far fewer salient trainees, as was typical. Here are some people I noted down. Zihao, Boheng, Surin, Dang Hong Hai, and Jack were, like, I guess, notable figures. Other people, Guangzhou, working hard to not get eliminated, didn't work. Jiang Fen, confidence and complimented by the judges for his dance. He does well despite the stress of being sick. Shen Yu is cute, anxious maknae separated from his teammates, helped by Zihao. I guess this shows the start of Zihao being a king. Zhongjing was an antisocial introvert who works well behind the scenes, but everyone thinks he's slacking. I related to this edit a lot. He was like, I just want to be alone. And I was like, me too, buddy. Alright, Shinlong got the struggle of being a slower learner. He was shown as humble since he can ask his juniors for help. He has, quote, a king's voice, Riggory, and was shown to be working hard. He keeps all stars. Sen had language barriers, which was really annoying. You can see I don't like Mnet not giving trainees translators, but Zihao, who's learning Japanese, is here to help him. Oh, reminding me how much I love Zihao. Anshin got to be a poor, anxious child who would surely be less nervous if someone actually told him that Mnet really like him. Made some mistakes and was put on hold for needless drama. The one thing I want to note for the C show is that Zihao's test didn't get much screen time, but he himself got a lot of screen time for helping other people, which is a great look for him. I still don't think he's making the final group, and I don't particularly think Mnet likes him, but this is a good look and will get him fans. Is he basically Bora at this point? My update is that Mnet actually do like him, but they like him as a comedy character. He's not a Bora, he's a Wonjae. So Wonjae was like talented but overlooked. She was there for her variety show personality and saying wacko things. And she made the finale but not the final group, which is exactly what Mnet wanted. I think Mnet would like Zihao to make the finale but not the final group, and that's what I'd like for him too. Okay, overall comments. Mnet doesn't necessarily like all of these people, and not all of them were shown for positive reasons, but the vast majority of Mnet's faves were shown, except for Gonwoo. A lot of people were unimpressed with my... A lot of people were unimpressed that in my last post I said I thought Gonwoo would still make the final lineup despite his bullying scandal. Now, I'm not going to lie, I did think he'd make it because I thought Mnet would continue to push him. But if this episode is anything to go by, he's going to be borderline edited out of the show, at least for a few episodes and at least as much as Mnet can edit him out. I strongly believe that if Mnet continue to give him screen time, he will debut, but if they edit him out, he won't. This makes me wonder who they'll replace him with in their ideal lineup, because it would be unrealistic to think that they wouldn't have a set of backup trainees in case their faves got eliminated, or Gonwooed. My guess is they'll look for another experienced/debuted trainee. Candidates include Shinlong, Kangmin, Junso, and Hengyu. I don't think they want all of these people in, but they may well replace Gonwoo with one of them. So, considering Gonwoo's lack of screen time and his rank drop, RIP. Some people have also pointed out that this may affect Unshin, since he likely had a lot of screen time together with Gonwoo as centers. I guess we'll have to see. Update on this is they didn't replace him with any of those four people because they didn't replace him. They did continue to push him. Honestly, I felt a bit peer pressured to say this. Like, I had a lot of faith that he would still be pushed and would still make it, but I felt pressured to remove him from my prediction of Mnet's ideal lineup. I have since added him back in because I correctly predicted it here. And yeah, I do reckon it did affect Unshin a little bit in terms of screen time, but not massively. Alright, other episode notes. Having multiple candidates for the center is interesting, but I think they set up Unshin and Gonwoo to succeed with this, since the other possible centers were meh in terms of editing. Having both K and C together for views rankings is obviously going to bias K trainees. This episode gives us more focus on C trainees they like than last time, I feel. I'll discuss that later. And we had the mandatory sad phone call section. As far as the eliminations, Mnet could have rigged this show however they'd like. So who's going to tell them that someone like Hyop would really have had enough views to survive? We'll never know the actual numbers, and Mnet aren't sharing them. I'm not actually saying Mnet rigged this because they really didn't need to, but they could have, and we'd be none the wiser. So yeah, I was just saying here that they can kind of rig numbers, like views, however they want, and like no one's really going to fact check them because no one knows how the formula works. The only thing people are fact checking is the elimination/finale votes. Alright, losers. This set of episodes gives us some of our first losers of the show. RIP, guys. I don't see good things in any of their futures. Looking at the three of them, none of them had good futures, so I was right. Alright, show had the overconfidence hubris arc. Zhongxing. Now, I personally completely relate to his introversion and his desire to practice alone, but Mnet isn't editing him positively and fans aren't receiving him well. The teaser for the next episode makes it look like he's evil edited there too, so RIP. Jack was edited as kind of lazy and too laid back. He got eliminated, so I guess it's over. Bye, Aussie. Alright, the winners, aka Riggory. I highlighted trainees' names in my notes this time, so hopefully I didn't miss anyone major. I think I missed a few people in the last episode. Alright, Jinsei was in a BL, becomes the leader of the 2-star K group, and at the very end of the episode is promoted to All-Stars. He's painted as passionate, skilled, good at acting, sexy, and selfless/helpful. Good on him. Hyunjin got a unique intro, on versus offstage duality, all-stars, and praised for passion, obsessed with Kani. He's also the right age for the maknae. Then we got Junmin. He had positive editing of his performance, is the most likely member of the group to continue. I don't know how you say his group name, but I predicted this. DKB, both members were shown positively and were helpful looking after other trainees. Also, I was very happy that P1 Harmony had made it onto survival shows. Alright, Yumeki got a sad backstory about always wanting to become a protagonist, an improvement arc as he learns to sing better, is shown to be humble and be able to ask people for help, is buddies with Kyung, which I thought was cute, is a dance machine, although notably he does have some hubris moments, like assuming that he will at least get 2 stars. He also gets a Jimin flash forward edit to him suffering next week, which was very Island style. Dongyu got a decent amount of screen time in reactions, but he was sidelined in the episode. If he's the leader next episode, he'll get lots of screen time. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't the leader. Leo got a main vocal highlight. I'm starting to think that Mnet do actually want him and Sungwon as a duo. This is something that people pointed out to me last week too. He and Sungwon get a friendship edit where they're both depressed and struggling, but they help each other, and through the power of friendship, they both maintain all stars. They're now both at the top of the ranks, and Leo 1 is the next Halbin/Zhaorina, I reckon. Yep, it literally is. Mnet want Leo. Yeah. Masato got an improvement arc. Liu was being anxious and too scared to talk to the judges, and he was also a bit depressed. Tejo was a good rapper with good vocals. He needs to gain confidence. I think he's too young for Mnet to actually want him as the maknae. I don't know if age played a factor. They just didn't particularly want him in the group, even though they did like him. He's gone now. Rip. Sungwon is riggery. I only vaguely followed Trainee A, so I am kind of naturally rooting for Leo and Sungwon out of a sense of justice for Trainee A, but the edit is really making me appreciate Sungwon more. He's depressed. By the way, guys, hope you didn't forget that he's super depressed and needs to regain his confidence. Oh, me too, I'm also depressed. He's introverted and hates being perceived. Oh, me too. He likes reading to calm down. Me too. Fun fact, at time of recording, I think I've read 55 books this year. Which, considering my goal was 24, pretty snazzy. Sungwon has also apparently recommended Norwegian Wood by Murakami. Jokes on him, I've already read it. However, if you're going to read a Murakami book, I personally would recommend Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World. Or Dance, Dance, Dance. I preferred both of them over Norwegian Wood. I don't know how relatable Sungwon being a bookworm is to a regular viewer, but as someone who hates being perceived and likes reading a lot, I'm ready to make this bookworm the center of Bepler too. You go, Sungwon. I'm also very happy to see a bookworm at the top of the ranks. On to the C-show trainees. As usual, fewer were highlighted because Mnet want more K trainees in. Dang Hong Hai had like a Zen improvement arc and a growth arc from last season. He was praised for his attitude and gets to be depressed about the fact that Jung Hao debuted but he didn't. Jung Fan got lots of compliments and a decent amount of screen time. Guangshu needs to improve and grow. Hengyu got a struggle arc, needs to learn and grow. He was overall presented as a good vocalist with only a few improvements to make. Unshin was nervous but a hard and smart worker, skilled and humble, praised by other trainees, and had a decent amount of screen time. But oddly, considering he was the centre, I don't think he had as much screen time as Shinlong. Okay, I'm very proud of myself, like I said earlier, that I predicted that Shinlong was an Mnet pick from the first episode, even though not everyone else did. Or most people thought he was going to get evil edited. This is where, like, after the styling and the contacts and all of the screen time he got in episode 1, episode 2, the riggery was, like, through the roof. I will include this more in my, oh, I can't show it to you. Oh, I can't show it to you because I need to sit through the ads on Viki. But like, when Boy Story come out, usually the trainees come out in a line, right? And they come out in order and then they stand in order. But when Boy Story came out, Shinlong came out first, so he got fully captured by the camera on the side. And then they changed positions so that he was standing in the center. Like, things like that are just the kind of subtle riggery that most people wouldn't notice, but they make a trainee, in this case Shinlong, more salient to you. Therefore, you're more likely to vote for them. And I just think it's like, that's Gunnock level riggery. Alright. Anyway, riggery. He's literally Sangwon 2.0. Okay, I am now convinced they want him to be their one or one of two debuted contestants in the group. He's everywhere and he got a lot of the same arcs that Sangwon did. He's talented, is from a well-known company, gets to be depressed about how Stray Kids and ITZY did better than Boy Story, performs a song by Stray Kids, gets all stars, then has a struggle and depression arc as he's a slow learner, but with the power of friendship he pulls through. He gets tons of screen time and is always shown in reaction shots, and he even has some sad moments like saying goodbye to Hanyu, and comedy moments like being unable to find his face in the mass of result cards. He also got to have contacts in the Signal song, which I've never seen for a trainee before, and combined with his hair, this makes him stand out a lot. He has good interactions with his groupmates and is humble and playful. They love him as their cute maknae and so on. Not gonna lie, I have been influenced by Mnet's editing to like him, but if he doesn't debut, I'm definitely a fan of Boy Story after this. The unfortunate thing about this is Boy Story are probably doomed. On the bright side, Shinlong's probably debuting. On the downside, Hanyu and Zihao, I don't know what's going to happen to them. We will see. Alright, here are some ranks I had a look at, aka people of interest. So, on the K show, Sungwon was still rank 1, Leo was rank 2. I thought it was interesting he rose, but I'm not surprised since he was most closely associated with Sungwon, who's insanely popular. Kangmin was still at 3rd, he was trending strong, not so much anymore. Liu at 4, I'll talk about him more later. Woojin at 5, he had a massive leap up 20 places, likely because of his good edit last episode. However, the issue with him not actually being an independent trainee may affect him. I was correct, it did. Junso at 8, Gunwoo at 9, RIP. Qingwei at 10, up 14 spots after his good edit in the previous episode. Yumeki at 11, he was down 1. Sewon at 12, who was down 3. I said RIP and I was right. Dongyu was 14, up from 28, likely because of his good edit. Rensho was at 36. He was up from 44 last episode, probably because of screen time, but he's not going too hot. I was right about that. Dongyu, Qingwei, Woojin, Leo, and Sungwon are trending well. 14 is well within range of the final group. Dongyu, Qingwei, and Woojin show the power of editing. Kangmin and Liu I don't actually think Mnet wants in the group, but they are finale-worthy people and are currently trending well. I'm not sure about Junso, but he's going well. I was right to be unsure because they don't want him. RIP, Gunwoo, and Sewon. Yumeki is still looking like a Hui to me, I was right. C-Show, Anshin is at number 1, still the most salient and known of the C trainees, so this is obvious. He's also likely a filler pick for many. Hengyu was 4, he rose an insane 49 places from rank 53, which shows the power of editing. This would have been really good for him, except for the fact that Mnet don't want him in the final top 8. If the shows were still split, he would be debuting. Bowen was at 16, he rose from 36. Zihao was at 22, he dropped from 16, which is a rip, but he survived, good on him. Xiangjing was at 19, he dropped from 17, and Jiangfen was at 37, up 1 from 38. I don't know why I wrote him down. Mnet obviously won Anshin, and he's going strong. Hengyu shows the insane power of editing, and he's trending strong with lots of screen time in this episode too. He and Shinlong will, I believe, be fighting for the second C group position in the final lineup. Both are going pretty well screen time and narrative wise. I expect to see all C group trainees drop when combined with the K group ones, but I expect Shinlong will continue to do quite well, especially after his editing in this episode. I don't actually think Mnet want Belwen and Zihao, but they are salient trainees, so I included them. They have a chance. Jiang Fen currently isn't looking too hot, but he will likely rise after this episode. Zhongxing they want for drama, and he will likely continue to drop. Okay, I predicted the vast majority of this. I would say that Hengyu is still the strongest third place C trainee, but at this point Shinlong has well and truly overtaken him. Alright, on to the fun stuff. This is Mnet's top 8 by this episode. So like with last week, this isn't actually a final debut prediction, this is based on how Mnet edited trainees in the show so far. Literally anything could change. This doubles as my estimate of what Mnet's currently revealed to us ideal lineup is. In no particular order, Anshin, Sangwon, Leo, Dongyu, Junso, Shinlong, or Hengyu either would be acceptable as a debuted Chinese contestant. Qingwei and Wujin. I saw no reason to remove him at that point. This would be a 6k 2c ratio or a 5k 3g ratio, 4g if you count Leo as a G, which I have started doing. I believe there will be a 9th producer pick in the finale, which I believe would either go to Shinlong or Hengyu, although they may also take someone like Taejo or Yunso for Mnet, or Gonwoo if they're super determined to have him at all costs. I now think Leo has a strong shot at debut, and may well be a choice for main vocal with Wujin. Hengyu is trending strong, as is Junso. This lineup also gives us 2 major last chance trainees, Sangwon and Leo, and 2 debuted idols, Junso and Shinlong/Hengyu, which seems in line for what Mnet like. They also have a mix of dancers, most of them, vocals, Dongyu, Shinlong/Hengyu, Wujin, Leo, rap, Shinlong and probably Dongyu and Qingwei, and stage presence, Sangwon, Leo, Shinlong/Hengyu, Anshin, Qingwei, just as Mnet likes it. The reason I explained all of this and broke it down is because if you look at Mnet's ideal lineups, they always are very balanced. They have a nice balance of dancers, rappers, vocalists, they have stage presence monsters, they have some like stan attractors, all of that, right? They usually have 1 or 2 leaders. So if you think of Mnet's lineup and then you have a look and see if it's balanced, that's evidence for it actually being a legitimate Mnet lineup, if that makes sense. Alright, people I removed. Rensho didn't get as much screen time this episode, has been, like I predicted, sidelined for Dongyu, is now down to 1 star. Gonwoo, RIP, he may be one of the only trainees Mnet ever changes their mind on, and I think they'd replace him with Junso. Okay, this is one I was completely wrong about. They didn't replace him, they never wanted Junso, and they never got rid of Gonwoo. We just didn't see him in episodes. Some notable trainees are Sewon, RIP, Yumeki still think he isn't debuting, Kangmin still think he isn't debuting, or at the very least I don't think Mnet likes him enough to be in the top 8. They may push him more in the future, but right now I don't think he's salient enough, and I think he's picking up a lot of filler votes. Zihao, I don't think he's debuting, but he will be a Bora figure. Zhongxing, RIP. Liu, I don't think he's making the group with his current trajectory. I don't think Mnet thinks he's talented enough to debut. Unless he has some insane skill upgrade in the next few episodes, he may well become a dial type. Okay, I was right about all of this, except that Zihao isn't a Bora figure, he's a Wonshe. Riggery and seasonal gimmicks. So we see more of the seasonal gimmicks here, including more of the no-star system and the Island-style dorms, which I thought was hilarious because you can tell how happy Mnet were with Island 2 by the fact that they kept this. Also, the C trainees' views were compared to K trainees' views when doing the final star rank evaluation, which would give them an insane disadvantage since the C trainee fan cams were under-promoted and were released at a later date than the K group ones. This helps explain why so many C trainees were eliminated compared to K trainees. Also, only the K show got the North Face sponsorship, which is really weird. But I guess we always knew Mnet was sinophobic. Now for a maybe unpopular opinion that I probably shouldn't be voicing on Reddit of all places. I've seen a lot of people, especially on this sub, complaining about the unfair difference between the C and K show, i.e., how disadvantaged and mistreated the C trainees are, and how much favouritism there is in this season, etc., making it apparently unwatchable. And like, guys, did you watch Girls Planet, Boys Planet 1, Island 2, Produce? There was just as much or even more favoritism and Sinophobia slash Korean favoritism on these shows. Do you remember Dion, Gunnock, Halbin, Sarang and Mai? They were all shoved down our throats, probably even more so than trainees on this season. It's honestly made me quite angry seeing how many people in this sub have been, one, complaining about the favoritism like it's any worse this season compared to other seasons, two, complaining about the mistreatment of the C trainees like it's any different to the previous seasons, and three, sending hate to trainees and that evil edited like you don't know that these clips were almost certainly taken out of context. Although I completely agree with those of you who have complained about xenophobia, favoritism, etc., that it makes the competition unfair and is usually racist towards Chinese people, if you find it unbearable to watch the show because of these things, don't watch the show. Don't pretend it's any worse than in previous seasons. The only thing that has changed is that they now have two shows, so it's easier to see at a glance the difference in star rankings between groups. Yes, Mnet will just hand out stars to people they like. Realistically, should Hyop have stayed and Sungwon have gotten 2 stars? Yes, but they like Sungwon and they don't like Hyop, and they have no reason to hide it. And I'm sure it goes without saying that you shouldn't send hate to people over something taken out of context. That's literally how Mnet rigs people out of the show. I'm mostly talking about show here. Like, the amount of hatred I saw for him over this episode, you can't complain about Mnet's editing and then hate on people they edit poorly slash make assumptions about those people's personalities. I don't know, maybe I'm just shocked at how many people are shocked watching this show. Like, this has been Mnet's MO for 10 years, people. Also, people complain about the favoritism in terms of a lack of vocal power slash general skills this season. Never fear, Mnet will show us stellar vocalists and will show us moments of their faves showing their amazing skill. I have no doubt that by the end of the season, audiences will be happy with the skill level of almost everyone in the final group. Oh my goodness, I'm getting flashbacks. So, what was happening at this point is there were like waves and waves of posts going, oh, the skill level of the trainees this season is really poor. Oh, this season of Boys Planet is really messy. Oh, this season of Boys Planet is badly edited. Oh, it's flopping. Oh, there's no views. Oh, the favoritism, X, Y, and Z. And as I predicted, all of that has started going away because this happens every single season, and every single season, by the end of it, people are happy. They're satisfied with the skill level of the trainees for the most part. They're satisfied with the show, it becomes iconic, and after the group debuts, people start getting really nostalgic for the show. Like, people are really nostalgic for Girls Planet and Boys Planet 1, but like, those shows were just as wacko and messy. Girls Planet was like a complete train wreck. But people have nostalgia for those seasons, so they don't see it as much. And people were complaining about the skill level of the trainees on those shows too, and they were concerned about the lack of a main vocalist. But every single season it works itself out, doesn't it? So, like, chill, people. I mean, people are still making posts like this to this day at time of recording. And I'm just like, haven't you watched an Mnet show? Don't you realise how much nostalgia people have? Anyway, who I'm currently rooting for. I actually have only cast one vote so far this entire season. I'm not currently invested enough, and I think anyone I like is likely to survive the first eliminations. However, I'm rooting for Sungwon slash Leo. I guess I'm on the Leo 1 train now. Dongyu slash Rensho. Dongyu Nation Rise. Shinlong, I guess I'm also on the Shinlong train now. Junso and Hengyu. I'll probably vote for these guys and Unshin for the round, although I think all will survive. Thankfully, Mnet seems to like most of them, so they should stick around for a while. Rip Sowon. Since I am pretty confident that all of my picks will survive except maybe Rensho, if any of you have anyone you think is on the border of elimination and survival, you can appeal their case to me and I may vote for them. No one appealed their case. I was right that all of them survived except for Rensho, which was an unfortunate situation of editing, and I'm pretty upset that he died. Conclusions. This brings us to the end of the post. I'll see you next week for the merged show. 2 shows with like 5 hours worth of content is taking me forever to get through. I'll be back at uni next week, so I'm looking forward to less content. Yeah, like it seriously took me like 12 hours straight after already watching both episodes to put together all of my notes and write these posts. So I was very glad to have less content to look at. I was also really looking forward to Kill the Romeo being performed. And a reminder, a critical thought a day keeps Mnet away. Alright, any interesting comments? Yeah, look, this person's convinced they wanted Liu and Sunghyun. I'm not convinced about either at the time or now. I was right that someone was going to get eliminated. Hanium, is that how you say his name? I'm so sorry. He's an interesting one. He might end up being the Ricky of this season, but Mnet don't particularly want him. Okay, so let's talk about episode 3. Since the episodes had been merged at this point, I had a lot less to say. Also, like I said previously, doing the first 2 episodes, you have to establish a lot of stuff, right? All right. As you can tell, I was very thankful for the merged show because it, instead of taking me 12 hours, it now takes me like, I don't know, 3-4 hours to write the show, or not the show, the posts. Significantly better. All right, so please check out the pre-show and episode 1 posts for why I'm making these posts / my interest in this kind of analysis. This week we get into the first mission, which is usually when Mnet solidify their editing for their final lineup / highlight key performance moments. I'll structure this post slightly differently in light of the show becoming more structured at this point. But before I start, some comments as a semi-follow-up from part 11 of my post last week. Yes, the show is rigged. Yes, the star ratings are BS and the mentors are a mouthpiece for Mnet. Speaking of, yes, quote, potential as a reason to rank someone higher is a meaningless term and basically only means whether Mnet likes them or not. Please stop harassing the evil edited trainees. Guys, the rankings reflect last week's episode, not this week. Stop complaining that Minjae is too low after such a good performance. The votes literally haven't reflected that yet. Please use your common sense. Zero surprises that Whiplash wasn't aired this week. Why are people surprised that they masculinized the choreography for Whiplash? This is classic Mnet / K-pop. Sure, it sucks, but I'm not surprised at all. FYI, although it's unlikely, it's entirely possible for Mnet to have rigged the numbers of audience votes for this round. And everyone, yes, I'm talking to you, needs to take a big chill pill. Thank you. Alright, some ranks I found interesting. Rensho is at 57, I'm still keeping an eye on him. It seems like he's doing a shirt lift, which is one of my least favourite moves in K-pop. Suren is at 51, I predict he will rise slightly. I was correct. 39 is Taejo, 35 was Yechan, 32 was Zhongjing, which shows that bad screen time is still screen time and salience. 30 is Dongyu, I'll discuss him later, but this is weird. 24, Bohang, unsurprisingly high rank after last episode. 20 was Sawon, RIP. 17 is Gonwoo, RIP. 15 is Shinlong, he kept his rank despite the merge, which is a really good sign, so keep it up, Shinlong Nation. 14 is Yumeki, RIP. 13 is Chingwei, he has surpassed Yumeki. 10 is Hengyu, who is within reach of the final group. 9 is Woojin, he was still trending strong. 7 is Kangmin, I expect to see his fans panic vote and for him to rise next week. 5 is Leo, who had a small fall. 3 is Liu. I was really confused why he was at 3. Second is Unshin, keep it up. Never did I ever expect pre-show that Unshin would be more popular than Gonwoo, but here we are, he's killing it. First is Sangwon, and like I said, fork found in a kitchen. Also said let's go, '03 buddies, because Sangwon and I are the same age. Alright, mission songs. i.e. Kill the Romeo. Guys, go and watch the Kill the Romeo analysis video because I love Kill the Romeo. I want to highlight a few edits here. First, Mnet's Leo 1 agenda is going strong. Assuming they want Leo in the final lineup, the smartest thing they've done this season is gluing him to Sangwon, which honestly, Sangwon and Leo have both helped them with. Gluing him to Sangwon, a popular trainee, means that he gets prestige and likability by association, which has led to a rank increase / maintenance. This is especially important considering his scandal. Other trainees they've used this tactic with include Mai, Dion, Zero Base 1 Yujin, Gunnock, and now Shinlong. Sangwon still has the emo hairstyle and still gets to be depressed and awkward. I'm surprised he hasn't melted into a puddle of anxiety yet. Mnet are milking the depression arc hard. We get the mandatory sob stories of leftover trainees who weren't picked for a group. Zihao and Suren love story, which is hilarious. Lee Jong being a brainiac, Shinlong being depressed about not getting his desired song, but also not wanting to be selfish. I'll come back to this later. Leaders having the final say in groups. This is literally only here for drama. Mnet knows they'll be able to get at least a little bit of drama out of this tactic, and they do via Minjae. Okay, for the teams, I'm just going to group everything by team, not go in chronological order of the episode, and I'll start with the teams whose performances weren't shown as a speed round. So first we have Kill the Romeo. The winners for this team, Suren got a lot of screen time. Sure, it wasn't super positive, but screen time is screen time. Losers, Show, no one's surprised. Zhongjing, no one's surprised. And Kristen got the edit of being unable to properly handle drama. I also have a few notes here. They're basically like neutral edits. Sen was shown to be under pressure, and Zihao was on the border of an evil edit, but I think his like pure enthusiasm for Suren was keeping him safe. Zihao is the only trainee I even vaguely care about on these two teams, which is a shame because I would have loved to have seen trainees that I like more performing such a brilliant song. In the meantime, I've obviously grown to like Suren more, but he's eliminated now, so unlucky. I also linked my Kill the Romeo video because I love Kill the Romeo. Alright, Rising Sun. Winners, Hengyu was edited to be a very reliable person and vocalist. There weren't any losers. Neutral edits, Dang Hong Hai was vaguely associated with Hengyu, which is good. Yusen had a decent edit in the episode, but it didn't, like, there was a kind of teaser, you know, maybe he's not looking so hot for the future. Sowon got himself shown helping the junior trainees a lot, which is good, but he still got no screen time. I know he wasn't actually on this team, but he was still a present character. Jiangfen challenging himself, and I still can't tell if they like Masato or if they just think he's cute. I don't care about anyone on these teams outside of Hengyu and like vaguely Dang Hong Hai. Alright, Whiplash. So the winners are Anshin. He had this cute newbie, anxious Chinese kid edit. Everyone adopts him. He wants to challenge himself by being a main vocalist. It seems like he'll get an improvement / underdog arc in the next episode. Very adoptable, Mnet energy. I'm thinking, looking back, that this is the start of them trying to push Anshin as the Mnet, which would be really interesting because he's a bit old for it by an Mnet show, but he's currently looking like the most obvious option. The improvement / underdog arc, there was this teaser that he was going to be criticized for his vocals, but they never used it. So I don't know what that was about. It's possible that they cut it because it's possible that Gonwoo was helping him with his vocals and they wanted to cut Gonwoo. But like, a bit odd with that one. Alright, Sungwon had the emo depression core edit. He's still got the killing part despite being emo and depressed. A very anxious and mild-mannered person off stage, incapable of being mean. That was the whole insult section where Daniel kind of insulted him and then he just kind of sat there. This is a very good and hilarious edit for him. It reminds me of the duality of Gunnock on Boys Planet 1. Leo had an edit of being a skilled singer and a good producer who others can look up to. He also, of course, had the Leo 1 arc. And Yumeki is a dance god. Losers, Gonwu had no screen time, rip. Notes, Rensho had a neutral edit in this episode. He was trying to teach his team dance, but obviously pales in comparison to Yumeki. He tries, which was good, but he gives up, which was bad, and he insults his own intelligence, which was amusing. It seems like he'll be the main character of Team 2, I'll discuss him more later. This storyline gets more development despite mostly being shown next episode, purely because there are so many popular trainees here. I reckon the arc will be the classic Avengers team get lazy and suck while the one-star team worked so hard together that they outshone the Avengers, and Sungwon and Anshin get told off but improve and absolutely smash the final battle anyway. The all-star team have no chance of losing out of sheer popularity. They could have bombed the stage but still won. I'll be keeping an eye on the usual suspects: Sungwon, Leo, Anshin, Junso, Qingwei, and also Rensho. Also, they got Gonwu and Anshin to sit... Oh, yeah, I thought this was so funny. They got Gonwu and Anshin to sit next to each other, and you can see shots of them interacting, which were probably partially cut out. This was hilarious for me to see, but it's also a good reminder of how the staff can manipulate things on set. They can ask Gonwu and Anshin to sit next to each other, and for Gonwu to encourage and comfort Anshin, which makes footage of the two of them easier to capture. Very sneaky. In the end, they didn't get this edit. Partially, I reckon Anshin didn't get the edit because I think he was tied to Gonwu through it and they wanted to cut that. The Avengers team did get the, not necessarily lazy edit, but they weren't as good in the rehearsal as they were expected to be. The one-star team kind of got that edit. Daniel kind of became the main character as opposed to Rensho. Alright, on to S-Class. So now we get to the performances actually shown in this episode. The Team 1 narrative was Inhu lacking confidence and the Junmin versus Inhu arc. Team 2's narrative was the Min-jae dictatorship and Can Hanwen do it. The winners, Min-jae, although he was initially shown in a negative light as running a dictatorship, his willingness to help his teammates, his generally positive attitude, and showing the skills he needed to back up his killing part mean that this is generally a positive edit. He even got a bit of a dad edit. A lot of people disagreed with me on this one. They felt that the dictatorship edit was too strong, and a lot of people thought he was being really mean to Hanwen. And yeah, in the end, he got eliminated, but overall, I think his performance skills were strong enough to really pull him through. Inhu got to be working to overcome his lack of confidence and win his individual battle featuring Sewon. Junmin was a godlike performer. Mnet showing Kani saying she'd vote for him is a great point in his favour, but I haven't quite seen enough yet for me to be convinced that Mnet wants him in. He's definitely a top 18 Mnet trainee though. Hyunso had he was like a small winner. He was highlighted for taking on the mentor's feedback and performing well, but he didn't get much screen time. Losers, Hanwen was unable to fulfill his performance duties. He was the first main vocalist of the series to fail, which is unfortunate for him. Although Mnet obviously decided not to highlight it, lest we have more sympathy for a trainee they don't particularly like, he was clearly experiencing massive language barriers and barely said a single word of Korean the entire episode. May I remind you that international trainees with lower Korean language skills tend to struggle more by design and are eliminated earlier on average. This is Mnet being sneaky again. People slightly disagreed with me on this one. They pointed out that his arc was so sympathetic that he gained a lot of Korean voters. And yes, he was definitely a very sympathetic figure, but similarly to Min-jae, I feel like the performance was kind of important. If you actually watch the S-Class performance, he did a pretty good job, but the fact that they edited it to be bad was not a good look for him. Alright, notes. Dongyu got next to no screen time, which I really didn't expect. I'll discuss him more later. I was quite surprised with this. Sewon did a great job and helped Inhu but got no screen time, which was unsurprising since Mnet doesn't want him in. In the performance, he was a god at finding the camera. Throughout the entire show, like Rip Sewon, he's been eliminated now, but throughout the entire show, he is so good at finding the camera. Like, he's doing this choreography and he's coming forward and everything, but he can find the camera in his periphery. Like, oh, it's so satisfying. Kangmin was neither a winner or a loser. He got screen time and it was pretty neutral. I did love seeing him help Inhu though. I always love seeing the more experienced idols support the trainees on this show, and I wrote Hui. We've seen more of this in recent episodes with like Zihao and Taejo. But like seriously, if there is one thing that I love on survival shows with like no downsides, no like asterisks or anything like that, it's when we see older or more experienced trainees slash idols help the younger and less experienced trainees. Like every time a more experienced contestant takes a less experienced one under their wing or gives like genuine performance advice, it's just so good. I love it so much. Like, one that I really liked was when the Boy Story members gave the Pump It Up team in the first C episode, they gave them some tips. I really enjoyed seeing like someone helping the younger trainees and especially encouraging Inhu to do a vocal part, to trust himself. I really enjoyed seeing okay, so a lot of people haven't liked this, but I actually enjoyed seeing Junso encourage Sungwon to take the killing part for Chains in the recent episode. A lot of people were saying that it's really weird that Junso was like so fixated on Sungwon doing it, but I just think it's nice to see a more experienced idol show his faith in Sungwon, for instance. There's tons of other examples. My favorite thing, that's one of the reasons I loved Hui on Boys Planet, because he was just helping people constantly and like, it's so good. All right, Team 1 won, which was very predictable. However, I feel like the final reveal that Team 2 lost was very undramatically shown for Mnet standards. Like, it was just kind of there. Anyway, maybe this will lead to a redemption arc where Minjae's team win next mission. Probably not. Yeah, I was right. Probably not, because Minjae got eliminated. Alright, plot twist. The Team 1 narrative was the Shinlong depression arc and borderline trauma porn. The Team 2 narrative remains to fully be seen, but is probably something to do with Liu versus Yichen slash Lee Jong. The winners, Yunso is always shown as a strong performer. He got a decent amount of cute maknae and skilled dancer screen time. He's looking more and more Maya by the day. The reason I say he's looking Maya-like is because Maya was like the cute maknae of Girls Planet, right? But Mnet didn't actually want her in the group, and she didn't really have a chance of making the group. They wanted her top 18, but not in the final lineup. And that's exactly where Yunso is, I think. He's like the cute little maknae, cute little younger brother, and they want him in the top 18, but they don't want him in the final group. All right, losers. Yichen and Lee Jong had drama incoming, it seems. Notes, Liu had a relatively neutral edit for this episode. He was complimented by Lee Jong, but doesn't end up getting the killing part. As far as I'm aware, he ended up receiving the killing part in the end. This was correct, this was a leak. So that would be interesting. If he does a good job as the killing part, he'll be a winner. If he does a bad job, he'll be a loser. A lot of people really like Boheng's performance. He's trending well for the top 18 right now, but he won't make the final group. This was a bit of an overestimation on my behalf, unfortunately, because he was an international Chinese trainee. I guess people didn't like him that much, and he wasn't highlighted in the position round as much as he was in this round and the signal song test. So he got eliminated, which I'm quite upset about. I also said, honestly, I don't see a way for Team 2 to win this. Yes, Sanghyun and Liu are popular, but I don't think they can carry by themselves, certainly not with their skill levels. Taejo, Shinlong, Bowen, Boheng, and I believe Yunso are all popular, and popularity wins in these kinds of competitions. Mind you, most of them are Chinese, and that's a major disadvantage here. A lot of people pointed out that I was wrong for this. Leaks said that Team 2 won. My only thoughts on this was that since most of Team 1, or a good chunk of Team 1, were Chinese, they have a major disadvantage because the live audiences massively prefer Korean trainees. The other thing that they had against them was Lee Jong being an absolute mastermind brainiac and picking people who suited the concept. Lee Jong was like seriously such a genius with this move. And in the end, it paid off for him because he won. Good on him. Anyway, this is where we get to the Shinlong saga. Yes, he gets his own section. While all the Shinlong stands were freaking out and nervous about the potential evil editing during the interim check, I got to feel good about myself because I knew they weren't going to evil edit him. How did I know? Simple, they never framed him in a negative light. Also, it was obvious from the first episode they wanted him, but that's a different matter. Right from the start, all of the screen time Shinlong got in this episode was positive. He was happy to see S-Class as an option and desperately wanted to do it, but clearly knew that the good of the team was more important than his own desires. Okay, so a selfless framing right off the bat. This continues. Every single time something bad happens to him, Mnet could have framed it negatively. Shinlong is 1. Chinese, 2. has borderline RBF, 3. has sharp eyes, and 4. has a deep voice. Mnet could easily have edited this to make him look bad, but what did they do instead? For every single thing, they gave him the chance to explain himself and highlighted his selfless motivations. Depressed over no S-Class? Well, he gave up his dream performance for the good of his team, even if he himself doesn't suit the concept. Didn't get the leader position because Huijin has debuted, even though he himself has also debuted? No worries, he selflessly gives up the position and doesn't even complain, or at least Mnet doesn't show him complaining. Possibly to try and maintain a positive attitude on the team. No killing part? Ah, well, he'll try again. No main rapper? Well, that sucks, but there are other options. 3 seconds of lines? Ah, this sucks, but whatever's best for the team. I think this is best exemplified in the interim when he stops dancing. Everyone gives him a crazy look. He gets the good old, like, when the masters go, oh, I go, no. The editing goes crazy and he looks embarrassed. This is what freaked out a lot of his fans, very fairly, but for the first time in produce history, I think, someone who stuffs up an interim this badly gets to justify themselves truly, and he explains his logic. Yes, he forgot the choreography, which is bad, but more importantly, his motivation for stepping aside was to not stuff up his teammates' formation. Riggery, pure riggery. Insane favoritism of editing here. Never have I ever seen someone be given the chance to justify their mistakes this much. This makes it very obvious that this isn't an evil edit. In fact, it's the complete opposite. It's a selfless edit. You know who else got the most insane selfless edit to ever selfless edit? Sung Hanbin, lol. Also Mashiro from Kepler in the final mission of Girls' Planet. Anywho, this selflessness, which seems to have become Shinlong's main character trait, leads us nicely into a pretty classic improvement arc. By the way, Yunso saying that harsh interim comments equals a good final performance is great. He's a smart kid to say that. I can't overstate how amazing of an edit this is for Shinlong. He gets to be depressed, but he's never actually shown crying on camera, only off camera, and seems to be hiding from the camera when he brings snacks to Yunso, showing his strength of character. He never gives up and does his best to keep his confidence and keep going. He trains hard to improve and makes up for his weaknesses, and he recognizes Yunso's skills and asks him for help. This is really important for showing his humbleness too, since he's able to ask Yunso for help despite being both older and a senior, like more experienced. Hence, the Yunso Shinlong adoption arc, which gives both of them good screen time and a positive edit. Main notes from said arc: Shinlong being a nice young, Yunso being a cute kid, borderline Shinlong depression porn, both portrayed as empathetic people, both Shinlong and Yunso complementing each other's skills, helping each other and both being humble / down to earth, which is really important for Korean idols. Yunso needing company to sleep. This made me wonder, where was his roommate? Like, why couldn't his roommate help him? I guess we'll never know. Yunso basically being a younger version of Shinlong. Shinlong succeeding in making a good performance and showing versatility of concept. Tons of Shinlong screen time. Probably staged moments in the performance of them being buddies. Hence the adoption arc. If Mnet keeps this up and associates them with each other, we'll probably get both in the group, or at the very least Shinlong. Yunso may be mired. I think he will be mired. This team has tons of talented trainees, but unfortunately they all lost to the Shinlong Yunso storyline. I thought that Dongkyu's edit in episode 1 was good, but here comes Shinlong. Anyway, I thought the performance was really good. Bowen also reminds me of S-Cubes. I think he looks like S-Cubes. It's really cute. I also had this asterisk for the Shinlong depression porn. I was a bit worried that people might misinterpret this. I don't mean that the arc was sexy, it definitely wasn't. I'm using this in the same way that people use food porn as a term. Like, obviously food porn isn't sexy, but you go like, oh, that food looks really yummy. I mean this in terms of it was an extremely exaggerated, fantastical Shinlong wump edit that the audience is seemingly supposed to vicariously live through, which is just weird. It was way too exaggerated, but a lot of people have been treating it that way, hence the borderline depression porn works. I also had a few questions, like this is when they started blurring the North Face sponsorship logos. Like it made me wonder, did they pull out of the sponsorship? In recent episodes, they've brought the North Face sponsorship back, so I'm genuinely puzzled about this. Also, since the show's emerged, does this mean we won't see any more of Xiaoting as a mentor? That makes me really sad. The good news is Xiaoting has come back! The queen herself is back! I was genuinely very worried though, because I was like, I want to see more of her. She hasn't come back a lot, but she's come back, so I'm happy. Alright, next, top 8 by this episode. This is just by the positive editing in this episode alone, for the fun of it, in no particular order. Based on this episode, Shinlong would 100% be rank 1, then Yunso, Minjae, Inhu, Anshin, Sangwon, Leo, and Junmin. So this would be a 6k 2C or a 5k 3G group. Then I have the top 8 cumulative. Cumulative as in who I think are Mnet's top 8 up until this episode. This doesn't predict the final lineup, although Mnet usually gets 7 out of their top group in the final lineup. So they got 7 out of 9 for Kepler, 7 out of 9 for Zero Base 1, and 7 out of 7 for Isna. It would be Anshin, Leo, Sangwon, Jinlong, Rigori, or Hengyu. Qingwei, Yunso, who would be new, he's possibly a maknae, but I think he's a Maya type. They want him in the top 18, but not the final group. Junmin is new and also a possibly, similar to Yunso. He's similar to Park Hanbin, who Mnet did want in Zero Base 1, but he hasn't had enough screen time for me to be sold on Mnet liking him yet. Kani saying that she'd vote for him is what tips him over the line. Mnet only show judges saying things like that if the judges if Mnet like a trainee. So they said similar things for Keita on Boys Planet, and they also had the whole, oh, can we take Jung Hao's passport away so he has to stay in Korea forever? That kind of thing they only show if they like the trainee. Alright, then I have Dongyu or Rensho. Rensho's returning to the lineup. The reason I brought Rensho up again is because Mnet almost certainly wants someone from the first performing group, and these are the 2 likely suspects. So this would be the IST group. Dongyu was sidelined in S-Class, which I honestly didn't expect. I thought he'd be the star of that team. Since Mnet usually highlight all of their top lineup in the first mission, it's very weird for them to not give Dongyu screen time, but Rensho did get screen time and may be the main character of Whiplash Team 2, so we'll have to wait to see who wins. Update for this is Rensho's eliminated, so Dongyu's obviously winning. This is a 6k 2c ratio or a 4k 4g ratio, 3k 5g with Rensho, so it's looking unlikely for Rensho. I was correct. People I removed, Junso, I think he'll be sidelined in Whiplash for Sangwon and Anshin. Not entirely sure if Mnet wants him for the top 8 or the top 18, but it is one of those two. Right now, I think they want him for top 18. They definitely don't want him in the final group. Woojin looks like he'll be sidelined in plot twist, however he's still trending high in the ranks, so I'm keeping an eye on him because I know Mnet like him. Top 18 at least. Yep, I agree with that, but I think they've removed him from the final group. Other notable trainees, Liu. Guys, I just can't believe that Mnet likes him. If they like him and push him for the group, I think I'll die. I didn't think Yujin was ready to debut, and this guy is Yujin 2.0. They keep showing how poor his skills are, so surely they don't like him. The update is I'm still not convinced that they like him. Kangmin, Mnet are neutral on, he's a Hui type. Yumeki, still convinced he's a Hui type. I think I was right about both of these. Masato, Mnet are neutral on, I think, but we'll see. Yeah, they're neutral. Sanghyun getting like no screen time, or am I blind? The only reason I put this in is because people kept saying he was an Mnet pick, but he's not, guys. Like, he's just not. Minjae, Mnet like him, but not enough to put him in the group. I was right. Boheng, same as above. Yep, I was right with Boheng as well. Very uncertain about both Junmin and Yunso. Almost everyone mentioned here is a top 18 type, so I guess we have our top 18 sorted, guys. Time to pack up and go home. No more work needs to be done. Okay, I got a few of those wrong, but like Boheng and Rensho obviously aren't making the top 18, but overall I think I'm pretty good. Alright, conclusions. Casper write a short post challenge. Impossible. I say 1 episode per week is much better for engagement than 2. Who I'm voting for, I actually haven't been voting, but in spirit I'm voting for the same group as last week, which was Sangwon, Leo, Dongyu, Rensho, Shinlong, Junso, Hengyu, and Anshin. I'm still keeping an eye on both Sewon and Qingwei. Anyway, don't forget, none of us have any original thoughts. Mnet mind controls us to the final lineup and will one day mind control everyone to take over the universe. Also, a critical thought a day keeps Mnet away. Have a fun week waiting for Whiplash Team 1, everyone. Some people actually got a bit upset that I said this. They thought that I was meaning that Team 2 isn't interesting, but the only reason I said this is because Team 1 were the obvious cliffhanger performance. So, like, that's literally it. It's not that deep. Okay, some people were bringing up previous Produce seasons, which I think is really good. Unfortunately, I haven't seen Produce Season 2 yet, so I can't talk about that. Oh, I love this picture. This is very, this is a good example of Sangwon having the emo hairstyle, so thank you to this commenter. Like, Mnet are going hard with Sangwon being depressed. Let's move on to episode 4. Fun times, welcome back. Please check out the pre-show post and episode 1 posts for why I'm making these posts / my interest in this kind of analysis. This week we've finished the 1v1 team mission and got some results, but we also had the 48th place live stream yesterday. We've also had some interesting developments final lineup wise, but no ranks revealed this week, so we can only assume that Mnet is getting exactly what they want in the lineups. The fact that they didn't even show us a partial interim shows this. They have no need of further riggory if their current riggory is working well. Alright, let's get into it. So first we have plot twist. Thanks to everyone who nicely reminded me last week of the leak that plot twist 1-star team won. Thanks not so much to the people who weren't as nice, who said I was dumb or should read the leaks and like clearly can't read and that kind of thing. Anyway, on the bright side for me, I did mention and thus correctly predicted that Lee Jung is an absolute genius. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't get a genius edit, but I guess that shows how much Mnet doesn't actually want him in the final group. Let me break it down for you. Lee Jung saw the previously created teams and knew he couldn't go against them, and he also assessed correctly that they wouldn't have the ability to do a brighter concept song. So he built his team around trainees with a brighter image precisely with the goal of doing plot twist, and giving his team the best shot possible at winning that battle. He knew that no other team would have the same level of adaptation to concept, so he set his team up for success from the beginning and then pushed for Liu to be the killing part specifically for that reason. The other smart thing that he did was to pick an almost all Korean team. The Korean-dominated audiences of these live performances have an extreme bias towards voting for Korean trainees. Just look at the results for Boys Planet 1's K vs G battle. Picking Korean trainees, even if they're of a lower skill level, is still a massive advantage. Although Lee Jung had a few non-Korean K-group trainees in his group, he only had 1 C-group member, in comparison to the all-star team who only had 4 K-group contestants. Lee Jong also got lucky in that he was against a group with fewer K trainees, and in that the all-star plot twist team were the all-star leftovers and had concept conflicts. Speaking of, I did predict that the Chineseness of the all-star team would be a point in their downfall, and this was correct. They all lost except for Shinlong, who was already popular, and general consensus is that he just stood out more than his counterpart. Although I've lost it, so please let me know, people, if you know where it is, there was a post on this sub which asked whether fitness for concept is now more important than skill in K-pop in relation to this exact mission, and the answer is yes. And Plot Twist is an exact example of the importance K-pop fans, and especially Korean K-pop fans, place on fitness for concept. All-Star Team were kind of doomed from the start in this way. Their opponents fit the concept more. Just look at people who say that a group failed. It's almost always about the importance of concept. People talk about Lily's voice not fitting NMIX's concept, Kepler's concept not fitting all of them compared to Mask, which did. Billy's virality with Ginga Mingayo was partially because of Suki fitting the concept well. Everyone freaked out about Ivan Le Seraphim giving Wonyoung and Chaewon respectively new but very fitting concepts, and so on. So the TLDR is that Lee Jong is a genius. This is one of the smartest moves by anyone ever on a survival show. Anyway, now for the editing notes, the winners. We have Liu, who was shown to have a good work ethic and improvement arc. Him being contrasted with Yi Chen's poor work ethic makes him look even better. Lee Jong did get screen time via his conflicts with Yi Chen, and this does give him a somewhat positive perception since his behaviour, trying to keep the group going, is contrasted with Yi Chen not practicing. He even apologises to Yi Chen, acknowledging that he's out of his home country and probably struggling to fit in, and thus is shown to be selfless. He's helping the members and teaching them, and he's being worried that they'll be eliminated because of him. Losers, we obviously have Yi Chen. Laziness is mega looked down upon in survival shows. Notes, i.e. neither winners or losers. Woojin praised in the performance but was otherwise not highlighted. I really liked his performance, although you can really tell that he doesn't have much dance experience, but he still managed to keep up with everyone else, which was great. For the results of this battle, it was pretty close. I want to point out that Shinlong won his battle, which is good for him and was kind of expected and also suits his arc, and Woojin won his vocal battle, which suits Mnet. Liu lost, which actually didn't surprise me at all. He's Taiwanese, was against a Korean trainee, and I personally think that Hyunjin did a better job than him. Liu also made several timing mistakes during the performance. However, yes, I am falling for Mnet's editing here. Them showing how well he followed Lee Jong's teachings and instructions made me feel much more favourably towards him. I do still think there are more deserving trainees though. Next we have Rising Sun. Winners, we have Donghyun, who was left alone with No Hyop, fighting to keep the team together. He was working hard overnight and crying after the performance, which is very sympathetic. Masato had somewhat positive framing, struggling with the dance but wanting to do justice to his CEO's song. Hengyu, they didn't give him any storyline or anything, but they did compliment his vocals and he did get some screen time with anxiety around his throat condition. They also didn't replay his voice crack and had an overall positive perspective of his performance, so I'd count this as a win since he wasn't badly edited when he could have been. This is probably the biggest thing that shows me that Mnet like him, even though they don't want him in the top 8. If they didn't like him, they would 100% have replayed the voice crack, but they didn't. Alright, losers, we have Jungfen. Fighting with the leader is literally never a good look. Notes, we have Yusen. He was complimented in the performance but criticised in the interim. He wasn't given any storyline. Yechan was complimented in the performance but had no screen time. Alshi was complimented in the performance but given no screen time, and Donghyun was given a strong leader attitude and framed neutrally. In the results, Hengyu wins, which is kind of surprising to me since I would have expected him to lose by virtue of a voice crack. Alshi loses, which is also surprising, and Donghyun gets to be the only person in Team 2 who wins, thus he gets to feel depressed and feel bad for his team. Now we have Kill the Romeo. The winners are Surin/Zihao. There was a mini win for both of them. Both were level-headed enough to realise that Hui-chan was a better leader for the team and to step back and do what was best for everyone. Both won their respective parts, which was good for them. Hui-chan had a selfless leader edit. He was leading even when he wasn't the leader, and then was humble and helpful when he was made the leader. The losers are Team 2 in general. We also have Zhongxing. He was painted as being weird, not joining practice, complaining, arguing with others, making poor changes to the choreography, etc. This edit really murdered him. He's pretty much unredeemable, and as much as I feel sorry for him being in a new country with a language he doesn't really speak, with little sleep and in a stressful situation, he should know better than to give Mnet footage. Also, as much as I can appreciate his creativity, I personally didn't like his performance, so sorry about that. Notes, we have Rion highlighted as handsome and a good performer, although I didn't actually think he suited the song, it was really weird. I actually watched some fan cams before the episode and was deeply disappointed, but during the episode, the 2-star team pleasantly surprised me, and I thought their performance was pretty good and far more enjoyable than the other teams. Although I don't think either team did the song justice, I far preferred Team 1's chemistry and the changes they made to the choreography. But they still had some people who, in my opinion, straight up didn't suit the song, like Rion. Unsurprising to have Team 1 win. Alright, now we have Whiplash. Winners, we have Sungwon, who is improving his killing part. He gets to be emo and feel guilty about not doing a good job. I can't believe he literally sat inside the shelves. Like, can you get more emo than that? I laughed so hard when I saw it because that's as introverted as you can get. And he's kept his emo hairstyle and has emo styling for the actual stage. Hey people, it's been like a week, so I hope you didn't forget that Sangwon is depressed and anxious, and also a stage monster. Anshin, I was really confused what happened with the poor vocal edit. That would have made him more of a winner and he would have had to work on it. Maybe Gonwoo was in that edit so they had to scrap it. Either way, he got to have fun with Sangwon, which was good for him, and it's a bit of a Mnet edit. Team 1 in general were winners. Rensho and Sungbek both are complimented in the interims and are shown as desperate but skilled trainees on the verge of elimination. They help and encourage Daniel despite losing the killing part to him, which makes them seem selfless and kind. They're also highlighted in the actual performance. Losers, there were no losers in this matchup. Notes, we have Yumeki, who was sad over not doing well in the rehearsals but had like 0 screen time. Leo, since he was partially in charge of picking parts, the final good performance reflects well on him. Also, him hyping up Sangwon reflects well on him and makes him likable. Daniel, he had a lacking confidence edit and it showed him improving, which is good, but it also felt like potentially somewhat lacking. Like his attitude seemed like it was lacking in comparison to Rensho and Sungbek. The whole point of the results here was that it was closer than expected and more members of Team 1 lost than expected. It's nice that Daniel was happy enough to cry, and of course I loved seeing Rensho do so well considering I've been following him since pre-show. The overall team results, just a reminder that although we don't have any evidence for it, as in I don't think they actually did it, it would be entirely possible for Mnet to manipulate these numbers. Since it doesn't seem like anything crazy happened, I think we can assume that they didn't. For Kill the Romeo, Team 1 won as expected. For S-Class, Team 1 won as expected. For Rising Sun, Team 1, somewhat expected I'd say. Whiplash, Team 1 as expected. Plot Twist, Team 2. Not super expected, but at the same time, at least one Team 2 needs to win, and if there was one that was going to win, this one makes sense with Lee Jong's genius. And of course, Whiplash Team 1 get to perform at M Countdown, which will be interesting. Sungwon taking forever with his speech makes him seem even more nerdy, which is hilarious, and it also works well for him, since his fans seem to like how he's nerdy. I mean, I like that too. My bias is literally Gunnock, and he's like as nerdy as it gets. Alright, the final Survivor livestream. I genuinely don't know why some people were so delusional to think that they would announce anything other than the Survivor candidates, especially after what happened last year with them only announcing one rank per time. Anyway, I watched this at work with my coworker who thought that Junhyuk was cute and wanted him to survive. It was an interesting experience for her seeing all of this random K-pop stuff. Also, she said that Masato looked like he was going to throw up. Honestly, I think that's just his resting face. So, the 4 48th place candidates, for those who didn't watch it, were Junhyuk, Yoonmin, Donghyun, and Shunyu. I voted for Yoonmin. Why? I didn't really know at the time. I thought Junhyuk should go home because Mnet clearly didn't like him, so what's the point? I had no clue who Shunyu was. Donghyun I had no opinions on. That's because I completely forgot that he was the leader of both Very Very and the Rising Sun team. Really, I think I should have voted for him, and I'm quite upset that he got eliminated. but my vote wouldn't have made a difference, so whatever. Also, can I just say, like, WTF that they gave Shinlong an umbrella for the intro? Like, Mnet are really pushing the Shinlong umbrella thing. I can only imagine how awkward this is for him, considering one of two options. First, he said it offhandedly, and then Mnet stole his words and made him reenact it constantly. Or two, it was scripted and he was prompted by Mnet, who then keep prompting him. That would be, like, mega awkward, and if I was him, I would die of embarrassment. Like, I get so much secondhand embarrassment watching him. Alright, AO3 statistics. As I've mentioned in a few places elsewhere, I'm keeping an eye on the rough AO3 statistics for this season, since it was found that AO3 fic numbers almost exactly predicted the final lineup of Zero Base 1 last season, including predicting that Junghao would rank first. I'm curious to see if this can be replicated this season. Unfortunately, the Boys Planet 2 tag is literally the same as the one for Season 1, which is annoying, and I have to clear out the Season 1 trainees, which also may bias results if, for instance, Halbin show up in a Leo 1 fic. But when we get to the Season 2 trainees, it is currently sitting as follows. Sungwon with 80, Leo with 44, Kaiwen with 32, Hanwen with 30, Anshin with 29, Liu with 29, Sanghyun with 15, and Kangmin with 14. So I guess say hello to your debut lineup. Lol JK. This will likely change drastically as people are eliminated and so on, but it is interesting. Sungwon and Leo probably got a slight boost via trainee A fix, which were also tagged with Boys 2 Planet. Right now it looks like they'll stay at the top, but the others may switch around. For instance, I predict that Anshin will rise and Hanwen/Kaiwen will fall if they're eliminated. So far, both of those have been true. Anshin's now, I think, second or third, and Hanwen and Kaiwen have been pushed down. Gonwoo is in 9th place with 13 fix. As far as ships, our first one is Leo 1 with 36, Kaiwen/Hanwen is 31, Halbin still make the list even though I removed them, they have 14, Sanghyun and Liu at 12, Liu and Sungwon at 11, Sungwon and Anshin at 10, Gyehyun and Kangmin at 9, that was completely boosted by very, very fix, and Sungwon and Gonwoo at 9. I did also see some Boheng/Shinlong floating around, so it's moving pretty slowly, but I think it's safe to say that unless something crazy happens in the near future, Leo 1 will continue to dominate. I have no clue what's going on with Kaiwen/Hanwen. Can anyone enlighten me? I also find it funny that Halbin make the list even though I removed them as individuals. As far as Kaiwen and Hanwen, a bunch of people pointed out that they had some cute moments off stage, like at the Planet Open Day and stuff. The deal with them was that they don't have a lot of fans, like they're not a mega popular ship, but the people who are their fans and do write fan fictions for them write insane numbers and they produce them very quickly. So they get to be up here because everyone else is just starting out, right? But because there's like 5 fans who each wrote like 20 fics, Kaiwen and Hanwen was at the top. Alright, Mnet's ideal lineup this episode only. In no particular order, we have Sungwon, Leo, Anshin, Hengyu, Liu, Huichan, Donghyun, and Rensho/Sungbek, which is a ratio of 6k2c or 3k5g, 4k4g if Sungbek not Rensho. Mnet's ideal lineup cumulative in no particular order is Sungwon, Leo, Anshin, Shinlong, Liu, who's new. This is the edit I would have expected him to get if Mnet liked him, although it's still less than I expected. I guess we'll have to see how he goes in the future. Rensho or Dongyu, I'm still convinced they want one of them, but Rensho's edit wasn't as angelic as I expected it to be in this episode. Masato, new. This is a bit of a reach, but he's getting positive screen time, I guess. Hengyu, similarly to Liu/Rensho/Dongyu/Masato, he didn't get as good of an edit as I thought he would, but he's possibly still up there. This lineup would be 5k3c/2k6g with Dongyu or 1k7g with Rensho, hence it's looking unlikely. I think the reason this lineup looks weird is because I'm still convinced they're keeping a spot for Gonwoo and Woojin, and maybe Qingwei. But because they've been invisible lately, I took them out of the cumulative top 8. I was absolutely right about this, not necessarily Woojin, but like I was right that Because of external circumstances, this lineup ended up looking a bit weird for this episode, and it sorted itself out very quickly after this, especially after I added Gonwu back in. I would say Sungwon, Leo, Anshin, and Shinlong are confirmed in their top 8s, but I think everyone else is a bit up in the air. Either way, this lineup has dancers, rappers, and vocalists, so it would be a pretty decent one, I reckon. People I removed, Yunso, I reckon he's a Maya type. I agree with that. Junmin, we'll have to see. I added him back in. Qingwei was invisible in this edit, but that may just have been because of the unpassable wall that is Leo 1 plus Anshin in Whiplash. We'll see how he's edited next round. He may shoot up. He did a dum-dum and decided to put himself on a team with Sungwon again. Other notable trainees. Gonwu's people seem to be liking him more now, so he may make a comeback. He hasn't dropped significantly in ranks yet. I was right, he'll make a comeback. Woojin is being shown more now. He may be coming back. Not really. Junso, will have to see how he goes. He's going down. I don't think Kangmin, Minjae, Yumeki, Sanghyun, etc. are Mnet favourites. They would need to rely on votes, as Ricky did to have a chance of making it in. I think Sanghyun is one of the most likely Ricky candidates for this season. He's got a strong Korean 1 pick, but Mnet don't want him. Conclusions. This week I voted for the 3rd time on this show. I figured Rensho and Sungbek could do with a vote, so I voted for them, and for Huichan, Boheng, Dongyu, Anshin, and Hengyu. There's another random dude on my ballot. I don't know who he is. I guess I just gave him a vote. I don't know who it was. That's awkward. I'll be mega curious to see how the results go next week, especially since Mnet hasn't released an interim, so they must be happy. Why are they happy? We'll see on Thursday. Also, as expected, the teaser is for a dance battle and sports day, since Mnet haven't actually filmed the elimination before episode 4 came out. Fun fact, the trainees probably picked their songs yesterday and are probably filming their interim checks as we speak. Just interesting to think about. I'm rooting for Dongyu, Rensho, Boheng, and Huichan to survive this round, and for Junso and Qingwei to be able to show more of their skills in the next round. Also, I'd obviously like for Shinlong to be in the top 8, duh. Have fun, think critically, and I'll see you next week. A lot of people were also confused about Kaiwen and Hanwen. People were still like telling me that I was crazy for thinking that Yumeki's not going to debut, but like, guys, I feel like I'm being proven right now. Yeah, this person was very nice explaining to me that the Kaiwen Hanwen thing is because their fans just produce an insane number of fics. Alright, let's talk about episode 5. Welcome to the first elimination episode. Because this is an elimination and thus doesn't have tons of rigory editing, I predict hopefully that this post will be shorter, since I don't have to discuss much outside of my thoughts on certain rankings. We weren't given the rankings last episode and weren't given an interim either, probably because Mnet liked the results, so let's see what they were so happy about. But first, happy 22nd to Zhongjing, whose birthday was on the day of the elimination episode. Luckily for him, he survived. I'll comment more on that later. Elimination episode structure. Although this differs slightly for each of the 4 eliminations, generally the format of an elimination episode for Mnet goes as follows. 1. Introduce the trainees and tease drastic changes to make the audience and trainees stressed. 2. A fun short segment for amusement purposes and to keep the audience guessing about the ranks for longer. 3. Eliminations for a bit. 4. A dance segment, or on Girls Planet, a fashion segment. This highlights liked trainees and a few lucky funny people. 5. More eliminations. 6. A sports or other variety segment just before the top 8/9 or the top 1 to 2 are announced, for purposes of keeping the stressed audience guessing for longer. It also highlights liked trainees and a few others. And 7. The final announcement of the top 8/9 or top 1 to 2 and the final place. Very oddly, Boys 2 Planet didn't follow this. There was no sports day before the top 8 was announced. This made the episode feel very weird and almost rushed to me. Also, it was teased, so like, why did they remove it? Note how this structure is designed to stretch everything out as long as humanly possible, to keep the audience watching for as long as possible and to keep them stressed for as long as possible. This is also why the top 8/9 plus last place are segregated and kept for last. This kind of anxiety which causes engagement is also why so many vague hints are given about which trainee is in which seat of the survival. e.g., that someone is emotionally sensitive. Like, that's such a vague hint. It keeps you guessing and stressed. This structure also nicely follows an interest curve, alternating between moments of stress and light-hearted fun, which means the audience aren't as emotionally fatigued as a straight-up elimination would make them, and by giving them moments to breathe, makes them have a better/more positive experience of the episode, which is important considering how grim elimination episodes are. Hence why it's so weird that this whole thing was so unbalanced with no third variety segment. While I'm here, I'd just like to I'll just elaborate on the fact that in the variety segments, Mnet gives lots of screen time to the people they like, but they do also make slight concessions in their editing and may give screen time to people they are neutral on or don't like, if that person did something outrageous or funny. For example, Zagoy on GP999. This is because they know it will have no effect on the next episode's elimination and probably will have little effect on future ones. This, of course, means that we have lots of screen time for people they like Shinlong and Sangwon, and also screen time for people they find funny, like Zihao, who also conveniently gives Shinlong more screen time. Also, did you notice the tiny piece of riggery that Mnet highlighted that Shinlong is loyal to Zihao/Boy Story? His entire editing has been about his good character and selflessness, so this just subtly adds to it. Anyway, this whole structure thing is really weird, especially considering sports activities were teased at the end of episode 4. Did something happen in the past week that meant they had to edit all of that out? The teasers have been super inconsistent this season. A surprising number of the teased storylines haven't been followed through on, which I just think is bizarre. Alright, a ranking calculation note. I don't know if I hallucinated this, but I'm convinced I saw Mnet announce via one of the masters that the ranks this elimination would be partially based on master scores and partially based on fan votes, i.e. not fully based on fan votes, thus giving Mnet a chance to rig via, quote, judge points. Can anyone please prove me correct/incorrect? Thanks. Anyway, I've seen a lot of people angry about ranks, which honestly I think is pointless. This is Mnet we're dealing with. I don't know why you'd expect them to be honest and actually keep the most talented trainees. It seems like I just hallucinated Mnet saying that there would be master scores involved. Alright, now for the variety segment notes. This isn't too exciting, but I will note a few things I noticed. There were highlights for Shinlong, Liu, Sangwon, Leo, and Kangmin. Gunnook arrived! My sibling can bear witness to how I borderline shrieked in joy when he showed up. I had zero clue he was going to be here, but boy was I happy. If you don't know by now that I'm Gunnook's biggest supporter, you haven't been reading my posts, people. Anyway, super happy and proud to see him become a temporary master on the show he debuted on, and it looks like he was happy and proud himself too. You know what they say, if we make a list of the people who love their job most in the world, Gunnook will be at the tippy top of that list. However, I feel bad for him that his high note got cut from Kill Romeo on this show. Like, it was Gunnook's song and his high note was cut. It's seriously depressing. It's the number one highlight of the song. Anyway, you can see here that he was also nervous and his hand was shaking. At risk of sounding way too parasocial, are we at the point where Gunnook's hand shaking is iconic? Also, hilariously enough, my sibling said that they've only ever seen Gunnook, 1, having the time of his life being an idol, or 2, in tears on the floor, which honestly I think is accurate to his personality as an idol. Also, does this confirm that Gunnook is a main dancer in Zero Base 1? Slay! I have more to say, but this is Boys Planet 2, not Boys Planet 1, so I'll leave it for now. Don't worry, I'm sure that Gunnook will show up later. Qingwei had a massive dance highlight and was especially highlighted as having good musicality, which is a good quality for an idol to have. There were other dance highlights for Arctic, Surin, and others. A highlight for Donghyun giving the chicken dance benefit to the rest of the boys. Honestly, I think that's why there were 100 of them to begin with, and I think it was probably staged for Donghyun to give them to the others, but regardless, it's a good look for him. Rip Donghyun, you will be missed. Elimination segment notes, the nerd Sangwon edit continues. Them mentioning explicitly through the subtitles that the anxiety is creeping in after the remnants of Rising Sun go to the bench is another moment where Mnet seems to come so close to self-awareness but just veer away at the last moment. Like, yes, Mnet, you are torturing children. I was wondering about Songjing having an earphone in. I wondered, like, does he need music to not be anxious, which I thought is relatable, or did Mnet just plant it there to try and make it subtly look like he wasn't paying attention? I did notice a few other people, like Anshin, had it, but most people didn't. I asked for insight. The insight seems to be that it's a translation device. There were lots of Shinlong shots when Zihao was being announced. This gives him more screen time and ties him to his young. I also noticed that several people, like several of the trainees, seemed to want Zhang Jing to be chosen, so this just shows that Mnet's evil editing is evil editing, and he must be a nicer person behind the scenes for people to like him so much, so this is a reminder not to believe Mnet's clips which are taken out of context. Eliminated being written with a capital E in the subtitles, like, makes it seem more dramatic and stressful. Zihao ex Surin and Zihao getting lots of screen time. I guess he's the positively painted comedy character of this season, doomed to not make the final lineup but get close, a la Wonjae. This is the first time I've compared him to Wonjae, and I think he's well and truly Wonjae. I feel like this episode had an unusually high number of references to past episodes, for example the umbrellas, Minjae clapping PTSD, etc. There was lots of Yunso and Shinlong together. Hilariously, we get some mini riggery when Yunso is announced as Shinlong's guardian, not as his own person, which I thought was hilarious. Like, it just shows that he's an accessory to Shinlong's storyline. Also, I noticed it looks like Shinlong fiddles with his hands when he's nervous too. Have I become a person who stands dudes who fiddle when nervous / have iconic nervous hand tick fiddle things? Hey guys, have you noticed that Sangwon is a very anxious introvert? Mnet doesn't think you've noticed enough yet. Honestly, this does make sense. Him being anxious makes him relatable, so more people will vote for him. Notable ranks, i.e. the ones I paid attention to or thought were interesting. I don't think people are taking into account how much these ranks have been likely affected by the fact that this voting was cumulative across like 4 weeks, which means that they would have been relatively unaffected by the events of the last 2 episodes, and we haven't actually seen a lot of the changes that have actually happened voting pattern wise. I'll highlight these as I see fit. I also enjoyed seeing all of you memeing on some of these ranks. First, we have Sangwon, which is unsurprising. I'm still looking forward to him fading from existence out of embarrassment of being perceived when he makes the final group. I thought this was hilarious. Second, Anshin, cool. 3, Sangyeon, how? He has no screen time. I imagine he will go down next time based on a 2-week voting pattern. I was correct. Junso was 4, relatively unsurprising. 6 is Liu. I predict he, Sangyeon, Masato, etc. will drop in the next round unless Mnet really pushes them. The second round is where we start to see people who audiences consider dozens dropping. Less skilled trainees stick out more and more as the pack gets whittled down. I imagine he will go down next time based on a 2-week voting pattern. I was correct. 7 is Kangmin, RIP. I think he's only going down from here. 8 is Masato. I imagine he will go down next time based on a 2-week voting pattern. I was correct. 9 is Shinlong. I imagine he will go up next time based on a 2-week voting pattern. I was correct. Insane that he rose this far on a 2-week-old edit. He must have received a huge number of votes. This is the perfect place for him to be right now, as other people have pointed out. He's outside the top 8, so fans will continue to vote without getting complacent. I hear he has a strong 1 pick, but a meh 8 picks, so we will see. Also, you know who else was 1 spot outside the top group in the first round? That's right, Gunnock. Anyway, Shinlong is now well and truly the Umbrella Man, which I can only hope he thinks is as cringe as I think it is. As others here have pointed out, it's a sweet clip, but it has been reused way too much, like literally every time either Shinlong or Yunso was on screen. I hope they get something new. This is... oh, what's this number that I accidentally wrote? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is 10 million% scripted how he included it in his speech. 10 is Woojin. I imagine he will go down next time based on a 2-week voting pattern, but he's still trending pretty strong. I was correct. 11 is Hengyu. I imagine he will go up next time based on a 2-week voting pattern. I was wrong because he got no screen time. 14 is Qingwei. I imagine he will go up if Mnet gives him screen time. They didn't, so he went down. 16 is Gonwoo. I imagine he will go down next time based on a 2-week voting pattern. RIP Gonwoo. Mind you, if he gets good screen time, he will go up. He got good screen time, so he went up. 17 is Yumeki. I still think he's Hui. I'm correct. 20 is Sawon. Slay, but he isn't making the group. RIP. I imagine he will go down next time based on a 2-week voting pattern. I was correct. 22 is Yunso. He's an accessory for Shinlong now. Mostly correct. 23 is Lee Jong. I told you all he was a genius. I was right. 24 is Bohang. Slay. 25 is Hanwen. Shows the power of even slightly sympathetic edits. 29 is Dongyu. Dongyu Nation Rise. I imagine he will go up next time based on a 2-week voting pattern. I was correct. 31 is Zihao. Slay. 32 Bowen. Slay. 36 is Zhongjing. Happy birthday. Shows the power of screen time even when it's negative. Anyway, can we please eliminate him and save him from the hell of evil edits? I know that Mnet want him eliminated, but he's going to be horribly mistreated if we don't get rid of him. Like, seriously, if you think that Ricky is being treated badly, just imagine if Zhongjing made the group. And 46 was Suren. Slay. And a moment of silence for Donghyun, Minjae, Huichen, Hyunso, and Sungbek, and especially Rensho. Like, justice for Rensho! Actually, I predicted before the show actually started that Rensho would be eliminated in episode 5, so I guess I jinxed myself. I actually think most of these people would have survived with a 2-week voting cycle, but the 4-week voting cycle seriously stuffed them up. I wonder if that's why Mnet made it a 4-week voting cycle, because it's more stable. Anyway, pay your respects to your other favourite eliminated trainees in the comments below. On behalf of my work colleague who thought Junhyuk was cute and was angry he was eliminated, rip Junhyuk. Next week's teaser. Alright, we get lots of conflict and more Zhongjing evil editing. But did you notice how they literally used footage from the first round to tease the second round performances? I thought that was hilarious. And I mean, they had to because they literally didn't have footage of those performances at that point since it literally hadn't happened yet. Anyway, the real reason I wanted to discuss this is because it seems to tease the big Dongyu edit which I've been predicting since episode 1. People who have been doubting me for saying they want Dongyu in the group, wahaha, I know Mnet's mind. Trust me, when he makes the final lineup, I'll get to gloat about this. On a more serious note, I genuinely do think they want him in the group, and unless something drastic happens, a la Anshin's vocal struggle being cut, I predict we'll see a snazzy Dongyu all-rounder edit in the next episode, and he's seemingly put up against Junso. I have always had a vague suspicion they didn't like Junso, but I've never had evidence for it other than the fact that he was in a BL, but I guess we'll see. So I was right that they didn't want him. I was right to be suspicious about the whole BL thing. Yes, people are bringing up Jiwoong. They're like, oh, Jiwoong was in a BL and they liked him. Jiwoong was like their least favourite member out of their top 9 for Zero Base 1, and they only wanted him for clout, so, like, you sure about that, guys? Alright, AO3 update. No real updates from last week. Sungwon is still well and truly in the lead, like almost double the number of fix as the next person. Sungwon had 103 and Leo had 55. Leo 1 is sitting at 41 fix. That means that Leo 1 gained 5 fix in the past week and Sungwon alone gained 23, which is insane. He's only been going up from there. I can only hope that Sungwon appreciates that, considering he himself is a lover of literature. Alright, Mnet's top 8 cumulative. In no particular order, I'll provide my certainty rankings next to each. This is something I added for the fun of it, I guess. This isn't a certainty of debut, but it's a certainty of being an Mnet pick or not. I'm purposely staying away from predicting the final lineup because I'm genuinely trash at that. Alright, Sungwon, he's a 10 out of 10. Leo, 8 out of 10. Anshin, 8 out of 10. Shinlong, 8 out of 10. Liu, 6 out of 10. He's replaceable from Mnet's perspective. Or Qingwei, 7 out of 10. Dancer Maknae. Or Hengyu, 7 out of 10. Main vocal. I reckon only one of these dudes will take the 3rd international spot. If 2, then Qingwei and Hengyu are Mnet's picks. I think that Mnet like Qingwei and Hengyu, but they were part of the 16-member group, not the 8-member group, so they've been culled. Rip. Dongyu, rip Rensho. I'm even more convinced that they want him now since his only competition, Rensho, is gone, 8 out of 10. A lot of people misinterpreted this and were confused about the fact that I said Rensho was his competition. I don't mean competition for position, they have different positions. I mean competition for someone from the IST performance making it. This is where I added Gonwu back in. I said 6 out of 10. As with many of you, I think he's being soft relaunched. He had a very scripted and very safe acceptance speech for 16th. He was shown in the teaser for the next episode. As I said in the episode 1 post, I believe that if Mnet give him good screen time, he will debut. I also added Woojin back in, 7 out of 10 similar to Gonwu, but more liked at this point by both Mnet and international audiences. I was wrong with this one, they far prefer Gonwu to him. This lineup is 6k 2C or 5k 3C with Hengyu, or 4k 4G. I personally believe that Mnet's lineup is 4k 4G based on previous seasons, so I think I'm getting pretty damn close to their ideal lineup based on the power of KG stats alone. We have dancers, vocalists, rappers, killing part peeps / stand attractors, Senta Sangwon with his emo pants from Whiplash, people who suit various concepts, and leadership, Leo plus Dongyu plus maybe Shinlong / Hengyu. Everything Mnet could ever want. I still don't think Mnet want Kangmin, unsure about Junso, leaning towards no, don't think they want Masato, don't think anyone else with a decent rank is likely. Hengyu may Matthew himself in and push out Woojin or Liu or Gonwu in the process. Slay. Conclusions? Another day, another torture chamber for children run by Mnet, and another slay for Sungwon, Shinlong, Sowon, etc. I know I said this last round, lol, but I think this round will seriously narrow down the final lineup. Don't forget how much more loved people like Gunnook became after the second mission last time, or Suyeon plus Shana plus Dion on Girls Planet, for instance. The position battle gives Mnet a chance to narrow their lineup down since they can highlight inexperienced trainees more, as many of the less skilled ones have been eliminated. Since group sizes are smaller, they have more chances to shine too. Ahem, Dongyu, rip, his team was too good last mission. I'm looking forward to seeing Dongyu and Shinlong take over the world. Are they going to be the next epic rap duo? I was right, Dongyu and Shinlong took over. Anyway, this week I'm actually voting intermittently. I'm voting for Shinlong, Boheng, Qingwei, Dongyu, and Bowen. Don't forget to think critically, I'm watching you. That's right, cue the I'll be there meme. I'm watching, and I have a lot of thoughts, boys to planet denizens. Yeah, I was really unimpressed with all of the complaints about this episode because, like, most of them showed a lack of critical thinking. People have been going at me for ages about saying that Dongyu and Qingwei can make it in if they get screen time. I'll always bring you back to the example of Suyeon. She was, like, at the bottom of the barrel after the second elimination. So is Dongyu, and to a lesser extent Qingwei. And Suyeon would have been in Kepler if Mnet didn't rig Xiaoting in. Mnet wanted Suyeon, which is why they gave her such good edits, but they wanted Xiaoting more. Yeah, people correcting me, mostly nicely. Some people were mean, but okie dokie. Let's talk about episode 6. Hi team! This post is late because I went and saw P1 Harmony in Sydney last night, which was predictably epic, except for some audience members having questionable behaviour. Yeah, you'll hear more about that when I release my concert review at the end of the year. Anyway, all that matters to me is that, as always, Jiyoung looked like he was having fun. And you know, that's all that matters. Alright, let's get right into it, starting with the classic. Casper's notes, i.e. please stop complaining. Here are some things I've seen people complain about this week and why I think you should stop wasting your energy. First, complaining about the ranks from last week. I mean, what's the point of complaining? The ranks will change and this is only the first round. Is it really that deep? Like, people were acting like the top 8 from episode 5 were the guaranteed debut lineup. Like, really guys? Where's the critical thinking skills? Complaining about Mnet's Sinophobia. As horrible as it isn't going to change and is well known of, so I don't see a point in complaining. I stick with this. Complaining about screen time being biased towards some people while other people get nothing. You are watching a survival show. If you don't like this kind of editing, why would you watch a survival show? Complaining about Zhongjing's evil editing. Again, you're watching a survival show. Does it suck? Yes, but I don't know what you expected. Complaining about Gomwu getting more screen time, again, I don't know what you expected. All of these things are very typical things for Mnet and survival shows. If you've even so much as heard of a survival show before, I don't know why you'd expect any of these manipulative tactics to change. Hence, why I think it's pointless to complain. The only way to stop these things is to watch survival. What? The only way to stop these things from happening is to stop watching survival shows and to stop supporting survival show groups. If you aren't going to do that, and I imagine 99% of you aren't going to do that, stop wasting your energy. If I see another post about how Zhongjing is actually a good person, I think I'll die from a loss of brain cells. Like, of course, he's probably a perfectly nice person and the other trainees seem to like him. Literally everything we see of him is taken out of context to make him look bad. Anyway, let's get on to the actual content. First, the intro plus editing plus song choices, etc. There's nothing too exciting here, but I will make a few notes. First, someone knowing what the next mission was is hilarious. I love when trainees make meta references to survival show editing and culture. I have seen a few people saying that they think this season is getting more meta. I disagree. I think it's always been equally as meta. Since the beginning of time, there have been people commenting about, oh, Mnet's going to do this next, right? The only one where they couldn't do that because they literally didn't know what was going to happen is season 1. But it is funny nonetheless. Shinlong was very hilarious, falling over for La La La. It's funny to think that if he'd had his way with it, he would have performed only Stray Kids songs on the show. He would have done Backdoor, then S-Class, then La La La. Anyway, Riggory showing his sad flashback not getting to do S-Class. Also, you can see that my O key was dying a bit. I thought that Sungwon picking Like Jenny because he knew it was popular was funny, but it's also actually a really good, smart choice. He clearly knows that the more popular songs will get more attention. I also found it interesting that they didn't show Shinlong picking his song since they're pushing him so hard, but I guess it makes sense why they wouldn't show it since literally no one would be surprised to see him just beeline to La La La. There's also typical stresses like Lee Jung having to do rap and Sangyeon having to do vocals. Next, we get an overview of the groups / storylines. Mnet likes to give a teaser of each storyline so they can highlight certain people and make audiences more likely to tune in again. Let's discuss. In Smoke, Yichen was painted as being annoying and demanding, forcing Yechan to take the leader position before promptly ignoring everything he suggested. Loser is Yichen, neutral is Yechan. I don't think he was portrayed in a good light, he was just portrayed as better than Yichen. Famous, we have Sewon adopts some 2010ers. Taejo versus Jaehyun for the killing part. Neutral edits for all of them. I don't think anyone was necessarily a winner here because no edits were particularly strong. However, Taejo and Jaehyun are both sympathetic figures. Sewon is still being invisible edited as much as possible. In Run to You, we have Yoonmin getting the killing part and Sen lacking confidence. There's no particular notes on winners or losers, although Yoonmin has a slight positive edit of being versatile, and Sen is a sympathetic character. Also, RIP to Hengyu, who got no screen time. XXL had language barriers, and Yunso being stressed about basically having to take over. A winner is Yunso. He got screen time and he looks more experienced / skilled than other trainees. This is also good for him because it separates him from Shinlong a bit, it makes him his own person. Also, the C trainees are kind of winners because they didn't get evil edited, which is a feat for C trainees to achieve. I was kind of expecting the C trainees to be given some, like, a lazy, incompetent edit, but they didn't, so Mnet clearly likes them at least a little bit. Bad, only Dongyu has choreography experience, he has confidence, but he isn't given the killing part. I wouldn't say there were any particular winners or losers. I don't think either Junso or Masato were portrayed maliciously, and Dongyu was made a sympathetic character, but I think we'll see an actual really strong edit for him next episode. I was correct. They were all, like, no one got any particular edit this episode, but they were all set up for next episode. Alright, Queen card, we have Leo adopts a bunch of kids and becomes the leader. Sanghyun is stressed with his vocals and Leo is killing it. Winner is Leo, he's portrayed as reliable and skilled. Neutral is Sanghyun, depending on his edit next episode and whether he puts on a good or bad performance. I feel like his reasons for choosing Queen card are a bit wacko, like, really, dude? I'll talk about that more in the next episode post. La la la, Shinlong and Gonwu are trying to out-selfless each other. Shinlong finally gets his killing part after struggling so much last mission. Winners, we have both Shinlong and Gonwu, no one else was really present. This is mega Shinlong riggery and mega Gonwu riggery. It's somewhat satisfying to see two of the most rigged people on the show come together. Shinlong is more rigged in this scene though, so I guess he wins the battle. But it was insane. Let me show you. Infinite number of replays of his sob story of not getting to do S-Class. He wants to be the leader, but phrases his want very demurely. He's not like, I want to be the leader. He's like, maybe I have some desire to be the leader. He offers to not have a vote because he knows he'd win and that's unfair. At this point I said, Sung Hanbin, is that you? Because it's the same level of selflessness as Hanbin giving the killing part to other people. He then gives the leader position to Gonwu selflessly. Selflessly, demurely accepts the killing part from Gonwu, selflessly. Shy and demure, selflessly. Selflessly and shyly appreciates the fact that he was given the killing part, finally, selflessly. Selflessly, shyly, humbly accepts support from his teammates. Also, he says that Stray Kids directly said they supported him, which makes sense considering they're from the same company, but this just adds more authority to the idea that he should be in the final group. Like, guys, Stray Kids, one of the most popular groups in the world, supported him, and apparently not Zihao. So what I meant by this is, I noticed how Mnet conveniently ignored the fact that Stray Kids probably didn't support Shinlong himself, they supported Boy Story probably. But they decided not to mention that they supported Zihao as well because, like, they don't want Zihao in the group. It's riggery by omission. Alright, Gonwu is not as bad, but he's getting pretty close. He shyly phrases his wish to be the leader, so he's demure and non-confrontational. He expresses his desire to do better. He selflessly talks about a vote, even though he probably knew that Shinlong was likely to win. He humbly accepts the leader position, and he selflessly gives the killing part to Shinlong and compliments Shinlong a lot, selflessly. So I guess they're best buddies in riggery right now. I thought this was hilarious. Alright, hot. We have Lee Jung is the only Korean person in the group and isn't a rapper. Zhongxing is being Zhongxing. Winner is Lee Jung. He's trying hard, he's doing his best, he's being flustered by Zhongxing. He becomes the hero by virtue of his Koreanness. The loser is Zhongxing, duh. Neutral is Zihao and Nian are portrayed as skilled rappers and funny personalities, but they're supporting characters. No wonder they were the two who got 2 stars. Tambourine is an all-foreigner group with language barriers. Kaiwen wins the killing part after being voted for by Yumeki. Winner is Kaiwen kind of. He got a good edit and screen time, but it wasn't anything exciting. Everyone else is on the vaguely positive side of a neutral edit. Breathe, Gyehyun struggles as a leader and with his confidence as a low-ranking person, but Kangmin is confident only to get the classic Jimin edit. There's no particular winners or losers, but I think they're all sympathetic figures. I found out like 2 days ago that Gyehyun's also in Very Very apparently. Like, you would never know based on the edit. They clearly don't like him nearly as much as Kangmin. I don't think they want Kangmin in the final group either, but like they like him a lot more. Alright, Rose Blossom, we have Donghyun is a leader of a team of non-vocalists who are struggling. There were no particular winners or losers, but Liu will become a winner next week if he does a good job, or a loser if he doesn't. Since I don't think he did a particularly good job, I think he's a loser. Like Jenny, we have Sungwon is delighted with his team, Junmin has a depression arc and a lack of confidence arc. Winners, we have Sungwon and Junmin. Junmin is sympathetic and Sungwon compliments him and is associated with him, being associated with top trainees being one of the main ways Mnet will rig editing-wise. So this is similar to Shinlong and Gonwoo being associated with each other, where Sungwon and Shinlong have such good images on the show, so Mnet are attaching Junmin and Gonwoo to them to make those two seem better. So, with that said, onto the actual performances for this episode. This episode, we only got 3 performances, which is really weird. In this season, we've only had 3 performances in the first episode for both round 1 and 2, which means that episode 2 gets super crowded, with 7 performances in round 1 and a whopping 9 in the coming episode. This is just bad pacing, in my opinion. I mean, the hot section took forever. I have no clue which executive at Mnet decided this, but I just want to ask them why. Like, genuinely, what did you hope to achieve with this? I can't think of any benefit of it unless they were to shove all of the trainees they don't want in the second episode so they barely get any screen time or any time to receive votes before voting ends. But, like, they haven't been doing that. Trainees they don't want, like Zhongjing, were in this episode, and trainees they do want, like Dongyu and Shinlong, will be confined to next episode. Which is all well and good for Shinlong, who has now amassed a probably debut-worthy fandom, but it isn't so good for Dongyu, who is in desperate need of votes. I was right about that. Anyway, let's start looking at the performances with XXL first. I genuinely don't have much to say about XXL since although all of the trainees, especially Arctic, were complimented, at the end of the day this really was a one-man Yunso show. Yunso was the only person, other than shouting, "The Queen is back!" to even show up in my notes. The whole arc here is that Yunso is the seemingly most skilled / knowledgeable / confident trainee on his team, so leads the entire dance practice / choreography section. Despite being concerned about their language barriers and slow progress, they get complimented in the interim check. But Yunso knows how Mnet survival shows work. We saw this last round when he comforted Shinlong, saying that a bad interim often leads to a good final performance. So Yunso is stressed because if they had a good interim, they need to struggle somewhere, right? Hence begins moment after moment of hilarity where Yunso is constantly waiting for the hammer to fall, and it never does, making him more and more confused and nervous every time. This leads to his hilarious line, quote, "Are we just good?" Anyway, so Yunso is an obvious winner. The other winner for me is the fact that they did the drop / push up section of the floor humping, but they didn't actually hump the floor, which I appreciate considering their age and cute image. My verdict, this is a nice performance, lots of groove. I'll give it a 7.5 out of 10. I completely forgot to give the performances rankings or ratings in the next post, so well. Alright, hot. Contrary to what everyone has been saying that they think the evil editing is making Zhongjing lose his spark, I actually thought he seemed far more confident this mission than last mission. It seems like he's done some self-reflection and has accepted his personality or something. The whole point of Hot is that Lee Jung is a first-time rapper and the only Korean in the group and has to deal with Zhongjing, who is Zhongjing. Meanwhile, Boheng and Zihao are the most skilled rappers in the group, but get paid dust. Classic Mnet. To be fair, I do genuinely believe that Boheng would have been one of Mnet's picks for an 8-member C group, but since the merge, he's been shoved out. Hence why he's getting no screen time, because if they gave him screen time, he'd be too powerful. Cue lots of conflict between Lee Jung, the genius from last mission, and Zhongjing, who wants to leave the show. Complete with the K-trainee borderline angel editing, with Lee Jung selflessly making the choreography despite his dysfunctional team. C-trainee evil editing and language barriers. Lots of language barriers. Also, it pisses me off that despite having said they'd have translators since the beginning of Girls Planet, Zihao is relegated to being the translator between Zhongjing and Lee Jung. Anyway, despite all of this stress, etc., they predictably end up putting on a pretty good performance. I really liked the performance, and I liked how they had a lot of fun references to different things on the show. I also liked how Lee Jung was framed as a cute rap rookie. He reminds me of Subin, and this seems like something Subin would do. So, Zhongjing is a loser for relatively obvious reasons. Lee Jung is a winner for relatively obvious reasons, including the fact that he is a Korean who was painted as more sympathetic and thus as being wronged by unorthodox Zhongjing. Zihao and Boheng are both neutral. They were given lots of compliments but no storyline and little screen time. Also, they are both 2 stars now, which is the biggest loss of this episode. I think Lee Jung getting the highest score in this team despite being a rap rookie is a strong indication of the power of being a handsome Korean on one of these shows. He instantly wins favour with the audience by virtue of his Koreanness. Zhongjing understandably comes second as he would stand out the most compared to the other 2 members, and since he's a well-known figure. People probably wouldn't know or care as much about Zihao and Boheng. Also, it seems like Koreans like his looks. I wrote, I don't know, I wouldn't really know. I personally think Nian is the most handsome dude on the team, but beauty is subjective after all. Also, I don't know about other people, but when everyone on this sub has been complaining about the poor pacing of this season, I haven't actually been able to feel it, except for in the elimination episode, which is to be expected since elimination episodes are always like that. But this segment was the first segment in this show where I felt that it was seriously poorly paced. It felt like it dragged on together and it was beating the dead horse of the Zongjing evil editing. This whole hot segment went on for 20 minutes, which, like, yeah, I wrote that XXL was about 15 minutes. Um, 20 minutes is pretty typical for a segment, but it felt like it went on for 40, which is not good. Like Jenny was a similar length, but considering the depth of the arc they gave Junmin and the fact that Harry and Sangwon still got some screen time, it didn't drag nearly as much. This just felt like excessive negativity for 20 whole minutes and dragged on. Like, couldn't we have fit another performance in here? Ah, well. My final thought for this performance is that I don't want to see a single person voting for Songjing after this. Seriously, I'm watching you. Don't you dare. Yes, these clips have been massively taken out of context, but even despite that, I think it's clear that he's struggling mentally on the show, whether that be with the evil edits, the language barrier, the hard routine, or some combination of those and other reasons. If he's asking to leave the show, it's getting to be too much. And yeah, he said he wants to do this, as in become an idol, but he's not going to make the final lineup, so is it really worth it? I personally think it would be better for him to leave the show and take a break and then join a Chinese survival show or something like that, where he would probably perform far better than on this show. Anyway, I will give this performance an 8.5 out of 10 because I liked the lyricism and love Zihao and Boheng. A lot of people were like mega persecuting me for saying that I thought people should stop voting for Songjing. Um, mm, Most of their reasons were like some people had genuine reasons, like they say that he's been receiving a lot of hate in China, so they'd like him to debut in Korea, and that's completely fair. Like, I can get on board with that. Some people said that they would like him to continue so he can get more exposure to hopefully debut in Korea, which is fair as well. But then some people were like, oh, just because you said not to do it, I'm going to do it. Like, really? Like, I understand that there's some people who will vote for trainees just because Mnet doesn't want them, just to spite Mnet. But, like, I'm not Mnet. Did I really piss you off so much that you wanted to vote someone out of spite for me? Me! The other thing that people said to me, like, someone said to me that it's mean to not vote for him because, I don't know, then he'd think that people don't want him. But, you know, like I said to them, if I don't vote for Yunso because of his age, am I being mean to Yunso? I don't think so. I have a moral objection to him being on the show as like a 14-year-old. I don't want to vote for Zhongxing, even though he seems like a nice person and he's a good rapper and all of that, because I'm concerned for his mental health. Does that make me mean? Apparently. Um, anyway, uh, anyway, he got eliminated, so I'm not happy because I don't feel happiness when people get eliminated, but I'm satisfied with his run on the show, and I think it'll be important for him to take some time to recover. The other thing is, like I kind of mentioned, I think this performance really shows the bias of the on-site audiences, and it's a bias that suits Mnet very well. So the ranking for this performance. So in this performance, we have two hardcore rappers, Nian and Zihao. We have Zhongjing, who I don't know much about, but I think he's a rapper. And then we have Li Zhong, who has never rapped in his life. But despite that, and despite all of the compliments that Zihao and Nian got in the interims and everything, very predictably, the final voting rank for this group is first, we have a handsome Korean. Then the audiences unfortunately ran out of Koreans to vote for. So they went for the most conventionally attractive Chinese guy, I assume. I think Zhongjing, like most people think he's pretty sexy and all of that, right? Um, I I personally don't, but beauty's subjective. And then they have Boheng, who's like, I don't know, Chinese. And then Zihao, because he's like the least conventionally attractive. It's just so transparent and it's so annoying. Oh, and I mean, like, Neon wouldn't have survived regardless, but like, why do you have to get eliminated? On the bright side, I guess, Mnet do like him, I think. And they've announced they're apparently going to do some spin-off show for eliminated C contestants, right? And if he goes on that show, I think he would be debuting because I think they would like him enough to favor him. Anyway, now we get on to Like Jenny. I was genuinely surprised that they showed the performance in the episode. I can only imagine they did it so that Junmin would have more time to rise. And you all called me crazy for saying Mnet liked him. Look at him now. People were like, oh, they only highlighted him because he did a good job. No, bro, like, they like him. Anyway, the whole idea of this team is that Junmin is depressed and losing confidence, being in a team with so many good people, but Kani believes in him and wants him to do well because he's skilled, hence a very extreme redemption/confidence growth arc. I honestly don't have much to say about this performance's editing since it's pretty classic Mnet confidence arc editing, but I will note a few things. First, lots of compliments are given to Sangwon as usual. Chingwei got no screen time, rip, I guess he's a goner. Massive compliments to Junmin from Kani. Junmin being complimented a lot by Sangwon. This is really good for him since it associates him with the most popular trainee on the show. Since Sangwon fans like Sangwon and are more likely to listen to what he has to say, they will start to like Junmin more by default, whether that be subconsciously or consciously. Anyway, the arc culminates in Junmin predictably becoming an all-star, which is nice, I guess. I'll give this performance an 8.5 out of 10. I hesitate to give it a 9 because I feel like I might need to save a 9 out of 10 for a later performance, but we'll see. Who knows if I'll even want to rate performances next week. I wanted to, but I forgot to. Anyway, 10 out of 10 for Qingwei. You go, kid. As far as saving a 9 out of 10 for later performances, I think I would give a 9 out of 10 to La 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 and Tambourine. I think both of them were really good. Alright, now we have La La La. Can I just say I find it hilarious that they're doing a wolf concept considering, Wolfgang? I guess Shinlong is the world's biggest stay. So the behind the scenes suggests that he didn't come up with this because of Wolfgang, but like when I saw it, I was like, that's very Stray Kids. Anyway, predictably, this was the teaser performance. Mnet knows that Shinlong is now mega popular. Thank you, Umbrella Editing. So, lots of people are keeping an eye on him. So, they can use him for engagement. Be ready for this performance to be the last performance of the next episode, people. The one thing I do find funny about this is that usually with a teased performance, we still get some hint of a storyline. For instance, for Fate Team on Girls Planet, we had the concern of whether Yeso would be able to act well enough. For Like Ooh-Ah on Island 2, we had the concern of whether Jiyoon would be cute enough. And for Love Me Right on Boys Planet, we had the question of whether Hui would do a normal high note or ruin the performance. We usually get some kind of backstory, but here we got nothing, which is bizarre. Like, couldn't we just have cut 5 minutes of Zongjing murdering to give some Shinlong/Gonmu sob story and get people invested? Anyway, here we have an AO3 update. We can see the order. We've got Sangwon, Leo, Anshin, Liu, Kaiwen, Hanwen, Kangmin, Junso, Shinlong, and Jiahao. As you can see, Sangwon is continuing to gain an insane number of fix each week. He had 103 last week, which means he gained 62 in a week. Can you guys chill a bit? 62? Leo has also gained a large number. He gained 36. This was likely partially because of the large increase in Leo 1 fix this week, going from 41 to 60. Anshin has shot up to third place over the last 3 weeks, as I predicted, gaining 54 fix. Liu, Kaiwen, Hanwen, Kangmin are still going strong and steady, although the Hanwen/Kaiwen craze seems to have died down, so they're growing far slower. Shinlong has now made the top 10 at 9th place, which I thought was fitting considering his rank. This is unsurprising considering the growth of his fandom. Jiahao seems to be making the list by virtue of being a buddy of Anshin's and occasionally shipped with Leo in Anshin/Sangwon pairings. Shinlong also seems to be a side character, but is also often paired with Junmin, and of course, Surin/Zihao is popular, and he's often a side character in those. Mnet's top 8 this episode, by only this episode's editing, I have Yunso, Sangwon, Shinlong, Lijong, Junmin, Dongyu, maybe, Leo, and Kaiwen for a very unrealistic lineup, which is a 6k 2C or 5k 3G lineup. Mnet's top 8 cumulative, not a final lineup prediction. We have Sangwon 10 out of 10, Leo 8 out of 10, Anshin 8 out of 10, Shinlong 8 out of 10, Liu 6 out of 10, still think he's replaceable from Mnet's perspective. This depends on his edit in the next episode. Dongyu 8 out of 10, ready for his big arc next episode. Gonwoo 8 out of 10, I upgraded him from a 6 to an 8 out of 10. He's been getting more screen time and positive screen time at that, and he's been associated with Shinlong, a very popular trainee, who is also well liked for his good personality, exactly what Gonwoo has been accused of not having. This is a really interesting one. I don't know if Mnet, has properly manipulated this, or if they just got a bit lucky. I think it was a bit of both. Gonwoo has been accused of being a bad leader and having a bad personality, right? So Mnet, it is so good for them that he was in a team with Shinlong, right? Because they've established Shinlong as having a very selfless, very good personality, basically the opposite of Gonwoo's accusations, right? So by showing that Shinlong likes Gonwoo, and it's clear that he does, you can, any Shinlong fan is more likely to feel positively towards Gonwoo, right? I said this under a different post somewhere else that this thing happens every single season. People complain about Gonwoo now, but when he makes the final group, people will come around to him because the other trainees, especially Sangwon and Shinlong, seem to like him. This happened for me just as a fun example with Gyuven, right? I was very lukewarm towards Gyuven. I didn't particularly want him in the final group. But when he got announced and then Gunnock got announced and Gunnock gave him that big hug and everything, I was like, oh, Gunnock actually really likes this guy. You know what? If Gunnock likes him, I can like him too. That's the kind of thing that's going to happen with Gonwoo. All of the Shinlong and Angshin fans are going to go, if our faves like him, he must not be that bad of a person, right? The other thing that's interesting is that I'll discuss this more in the next episode post. Gonwoo has been accused of having poor leadership, right? But in the following episode, they gave him a good leadership arc, and the good leadership was perpetuated by Shinlong's confessionals. So, riggery! Alright, I also put Junmin, I put him back in, 7 out of 10. Guys, I'm not crazy. I told you they like him. Anyway, my evidence for one of the reasons they might like him is that he's a Park Hanbin type, and they wanted Park Hanbin in Zero Base 1. In my opinion, likely situation that Junmin doesn't debut, I think he will become the face of an even type Boys 2 Planet group. This is a 6k 2C/4k 4G group with very few changes from last week. Like I said last week, I think I'm getting close to deciphering Mnet's wishes. People I removed Qingwei, RIP. I guess he's a Maya type. I would expect Mnet to have given him more screen time if they wanted him, but they haven't. Whether that's because they just like Junmin/Sangwon more, or if it's because they never wanted him to begin with, I don't know. I'm currently leaning towards the fact that I think he would be in the top 16, but not the top 8. So when they had the separate shows, he would have been debuting. Hengyu, I think he was part of Mnet's 8-member C lineup, but not the combined one. This is similar to Qingwei. However, I may be proven wrong with his edit in the next episode. Woojin, he's getting 0 screen time, rip. I guess they replaced him post-scandal, but we will see. He may slay the next episode and rise again. He didn't. All of these removed trainees aren't super far out of the final group, so they do have a chance if Mnet edits them well. I reckon they were all part of the 16-member lineup, hence why they got good screen time. But with a merge, Mnet needs to decide which of those 16 people to keep and which to get rid of. Alright, conclusions. I've been very lax on voting, but I'm rooting for Shinlong, Dongyu, Bowen, Boheng, and Qingwei. Shout out to Hengyu. See you next week as we pretty much solidify the final lineup. And congrats to Like Jenny team for getting an M countdown performance. Ahem. Yeah, this was my prediction. I was convinced that Like Jenny would get it based on Sangwon's popularity alone, and then they didn't, so that was a bit awkward. I think Shinlong should be bumped up to a 10 out of 10. I was waiting for next episode, and I did it next episode. Alright, let's do episode 7. As you can see, everyone's been calling me crazy, but, you know, Casper's always right when it comes to survival shows. This is your one lesson for today. Look, reading back these posts, I feel very satisfied that I've predicted the majority of things. I've had a few, like, I was kind of convinced that Nian would get to the finale and stuff, but, like, guys, I'm doing pretty well. Alright. So, this round isn't the be-all and end-all of the show, but it will decide a good chunk of the rest of the show and will give us a lot of clues about the final lineup and the semi-final rankings. So let's get into it. First, we have the intro, which I thought was hilarious. So here are some of my notes. Sanghyun and Liu were funny. Sangwon is my spirit animal. This is where I've mentioned that Sangwon said that he's apparently reading Norwegian Wood right now and recommends it. Like I said earlier, I've already read it. If you're going to read a Murakami book, I would recommend Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World instead. Qingwei and Sangwon are a cute duo, and I'd really like to see Qingwei as the maknae, but I think that Mnet wanted him for the 16-member group, not the 8-member one. Zihao being a comedy character, again fulfilling a Wonji type role. Shinlong and Yunso, the Umbrella Man riggery strikes again. But Umbrella Man doesn't have an umbrella, which is sad. Anyway, this is riggery reminding everyone of Shinlong's perfect personality and perfect child. By the way, you can tell that Mnet want Shinlong because, if nothing else, they keep repeating the umbrella line like a mantra, and whenever they give a trainee a mantra, the mantra is used to boost said trainee. For example, the whole I sarang and you sarang thing on Island 2, and to a lesser extent, the whole like sarange nuna thing that Yujin had going on. In contrast, sometimes the trainee has a mantra that purposefully isn't picked up on by the producers because they don't want that person. For instance, Manami on the Beat. The one exception to this rule is Ricky, whose young and rich, tall and handsome mantra, which is one that he created for himself and which Mnet didn't pick up because they didn't want him, was promoted well enough by himself that he debuted anyway. Anyway, Riggery. You know, I think Shinlong gets to take the throne as the single most rigged trainee this season, following in the wondrous footsteps of the likes of Dion, Gunnock / Junghao, and Sarang. Hey, notice how all of these rigged trainees are basically all-rounders? Yeah, this is something Mnet really likes to do. They really like their all-rounders. Alright, run to you. Winner is Sen. He has a lacking confidence arc, which makes him sympathetic. The winner is Yunmin. He gets to show that he's got multiple skills, being able to rap and sing. Neutral is Woojin. He kind of gets relaunched. He's helping Sen, but I think Mnet are done with him. I reckon he was in the 16-member group, but not the 8-member one. I don't have any big thoughts about the performance. Mnet doesn't particularly care about anyone in the group. I think Woojin got such a low score because of his scandal, which I believe Korean fans took more seriously than international fans. Hengyu having basically no screen time in this performance is proof to me that Mnet don't want him, certainly not over Anshin and Shinlong, who will max out the 2 Sea Planet allocation. This is a shame. I think he's the Sungun of this season, and he'll hopefully get into even 2.0. Next we have Smoke. Loser is Yichen, it's just everything is a bad look for him. He even pulled out the age card, like as a trump card, which I'm sure has left a sour taste in many viewers' mouths. This looks bad for him because him arguing with Yechan makes him look more immature than Yechan, even though he's 10 years older than him. I don't necessarily think Yechan is a winner here. Yes, he looks a lot better than Yichen editing wise, but he didn't have any super positive edit and he did lose his temper. He does get a bonus for his friendship with Taejo and for performing well while Yichen made mistakes, and of course he gets 3 stars, which seems deserved based on the editing. Nonetheless, I wouldn't say he was quite positive enough to be a winner. Next we have Bad. The loser was Junso. I told you they didn't like him. He got a poor leadership edit and an overconfidence edit, kind of. Although he's a leader and has the killing part, he doesn't seem to be pulling his weight, both choreography wise and performance wise. He seems selfish and mean. Loser, Masato, he was shown to be unable to keep up in a position that he literally chose. This is the same issue with Sanghyun. Like, you picked, like, you were a high enough rank that you basically got to pick your group. So why are you doing badly? Thus, he seems like a burden for his team. I told you they didn't like him. A mini winner is Gonu and Shinlong, who got screen time, which was interesting. We'll talk more about those two later. The real winner of this mission is Dongyu. I told you all they wanted him, but you didn't believe me. Dongyu Nation just had to bide our time. I knew this would happen. Dongyu Nation rise. Anyway, Dongyu finally got the edit he deserves at the unfortunate expense of Masato and Junso. He's shown to be competent and confident without arrogance, and takes on the true leader role as he makes the majority of the choreography and cleans up the choreography his teammates made. He also gets the sob story of being a low-ranking trainee and this potentially being his last performance. He gets lots of screen time and lots of compliments in the performance and is the only member of the team who doesn't get criticised. He also gets some great quotes / subtitles like, quote, "I'm doing the best with what I have," and that he's apparently, quote, "creating moves catered to his members." His selflessness and skill is contrasted with Junso's supposed selfishness and Masato's supposed lack of skill to make him look even better and make them look even worse in comparison, and of course he gets tons of compliments in the performance. Next we have Tambourine. A winner is Jiahao. He's shown to be super talented and praised tons. Another winner is Yumeki with a massive asterisk. Mnet don't want him, right? And they're probably worried that he has a large Japanese one-pick fan base. So what they've been doing to him is exactly what they did to Hui last season, showing how insanely overqualified he is and thus subtly hinting that he's too good and too experienced for the group, hoping that people will drop him for more desperate trainees. The logic here is that he already has a perfectly strong career, so like, does he really need to be an idol? So, Yumeki is a winner here in that he was shown in a sympathetic light, but he isn't wanted by Mnet, and I imagine his Korean haters would find some way to hate him for this, like say he was a bad leader or something. I imagine his weirdly low score is because he's disliked in Korea. Another winner, we have Surin. He could have been evil edited, but he wasn't, thus he is a Chinese person that Mnet at least kind of likes. He's shown in a sympathetic light and is associated with Zihao a lot, someone the fans like. Neutral edits, we have Hanwin and Kaiwin, both had good moments but not much screen time. And shouting, the queen is back! And that's all that matters, you know? Shouting's back. Rose Blossom, we have a neutral edit for Junil. He has a sympathetic storyline but makes mistakes in both the interim and the final performance. Neutral, we have Liu. He got almost no screen time, reinforcing my belief that Mnet would take him for the final group, but that he is replaceable. He also had a highlighted mistake, which is definitely not a good look for him. Loser, we have Dangong Hai, who was criticised. Another winner, or a winner, we have Hanum. He gets lots of vocal praise, is shown to be carrying the team and the most skilled member who also helped others and got borderline blamed / stabbed in the back by Junil. Overall, a very boring segment. Next, we have Famous, aka Selwyn and his 2 kids. This one is a very weird one. I would kind of argue that all of them are winners, except Selwyn is kind of neutral because, like, he gets no screen time. Taejo got to show his determination and rap skills, but he did get criticised. He was also selfless to let Jaehyun have the killing part even when he wanted it, because he could see how upset Jaehyun was. Bonus for his friendship with Yechan. Jaehyun gets a gaining confidence arc and is criticised, but also, like Taejo, is praised for his rap skills. Sowon gets almost no screen time, understandable since Mnet doesn't like him, but the screen time he does get is positive. It's either him leading well, him looking after his teammates, him performing well, or him wanting to do what's best for the team and performance. This is another awkward segment for Mnet since there's no one they want in the group, like in the previous one. Alright, Breathe, we have a winner, Unshin, who got to have an implied improvement arc from interims to the final performance, and who got to showcase his vocal skill again, which is currently the big thing he brings to the table, but is also the thing many fans are doubting his skill in. Also, he's made sympathetic to the viewer since they talk about how he's so anxious, and he is anxious. I genuinely believe he would be a much better performer if he didn't seem permanently on the border of an anxious breakdown, and that isn't a hot take among his fans. Like, I've seen a lot of people saying that. Loser is Kangmin, kind of. I told you they don't want him. No one believed me. His sincerity and desire/desperation for the final group is questioned, and that is like the one thing you don't want questioned on this show. Like, that's one of the few reasons Hui didn't make the group. Neutral edit, we have Gyehan. He's praised for being stable, he's not given much screen time. Very bizarre that he was left out of Kangmin's storyline. He makes a mistake in the final performance, but this is well justified as him getting too emotional, which is, like, fine. This performance is the mandatory vocal performance of the season, which makes people cry, which is the highest possible compliment they could get. This crying reflects well on all of the trainees, but I think it reflects best on Anshin, who was also shown right after Sangwon, the most popular trainee on the show, cried. It also reflects most on Anshin, since he is the one the general audience are keeping an eye on the most as the centre, the C-show centre. In the end, Kangmin's Jimin edit came to almost nothing, although I do personally think it will somewhat benefit him as it reinforced the idea that Very Very don't have anything going for them, and this is basically his last chance. I don't know how I typoed that as lack chance. Next we have Queen Card. This segment was basically Queen Card team versus Sanghyun. I think this is supposed to say I would argue he's a winner, as he was shown to be very competent. Remember, audiences are looking for main vocals right now, and he was the main vocalist of this team. He helped others, and he was given a sympathetic story, with him failing to keep his all-star status, probably because of his controversial nature. He's also shown to be a good performer and a good older brother type, and was complimented tons by the mentors. He also gets a mini storyline of wanting to differentiate himself from Sangwon, which is a really good storyline for him, since it encourages people to vote for him and thus to not urinate him. Whether it will be successful is a different matter. Also, note how they want to differentiate him from Sangwon, but they still show Sangwon's reactions to him and reactions to his low score, because they still want him to have that positive association. Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword. He gets votes by being associated with Sangwon, but he also needs to be his own person to make the final group. Loser, we have Sanghyun. I told you, they didn't want him. Although he did show improvement in the final performance and was praised for adapting it to his style, I would argue he is a loser overall. He made lots of mistakes, and his choice to do Queen Card was constantly criticised, and it really does seem like a weird choice. He was the worst in the interim, was criticised vocally when his teammates were praised, and was the worst member as voted by other trainees. They even pointed out how he was voted worst in both Plot Twist and Queen Card, which isn't a good look for him since it implies that he hasn't improved. Alright, on to La La La, aka Team Riggory. Look at this, I told you Gunwoo would be accepted if they gave him more screen time. And now he is, he's top 8 again, woohoo. Anyway, the best buddies in Riggory, Shinlong and Gunwoo, return for this Riggory special where they continue to be the two most rigged trainees on the show. I have two small notes here. First, notice how Gunwoo has been given a lot more reaction/commentary shots in this episode. He was constantly shown reacting to other performances and making small comments to encourage other trainees. This makes him more salient without shoving him in your face, and is one of the ways Mnet have relaunched him. It's like subtle screen time that doesn't make anyone super angry. Also note how Gomwoo has been associated with Shinlong. He's been painted as Shinlong's helpful and kind of funny hyung who does his best, and who Shinlong looks up to. And by associating Gonwoo, accused of having a bad personality, with Shinlong, edited to have an angelic personality, they encourage Shinlong's fans to like and vote for Gonwoo, and it is working. I suppose the question here is, do we trust Shinlong to be a good judge of character? If yes, which is what Mnet says, then we should like Gonwoo. If not, you should probably drop Shinlong from your lineup too. If Gunwoo makes the final group, which I think is likely, he will continue to be tied to Shinlong in hopes that Shinlong can basically purify his reputation with the fans. On one hand, this tactic is super manipulative. On the other hand, I find it hilarious how Shinlong is being used as a shield for Gonwoo's supposedly bad personality. So what I mean about you should drop Shinlong from your lineup too is there's basically two options here, right? Either Shinlong is a good judge of character and therefore Gonwoo is a good person, in which case you should probably stop hating Gonwoo if you believe Shinlong's a good judge of character. Or Shinlong's a bad judge of character and he's only friends with Gonwoo because they're both nasty people, in which case you shouldn't be voting for Shinlong either, right? I'm not going to tell you what the correct answer is because I don't know these people, but like, I don't think it makes cognitive sense to like Shinlong and then hate Gomwoo, or vice versa, because they're buddies, right? They're probably either both good people or both bad people, right? So the whole point of this performance is that Gomwoo and Shinlong are the main characters and we don't care about anyone else. Unsurprisingly, Shinlong is the main character, but Gomwoo has definitely been relaunched. They're both winners, and everyone else in the team is a neutral edit since they got almost no screen time, but it was neither good or bad. Some notes on this riggery. Shinlong being called weird and cute. Shinlong calling himself greedy in the intro is interesting because his personality has been shown to be the complete opposite by the editing. But I guess it's kind of ironic and/or it's supposed to be greedy in like a sexy werewolf way, like, oh, I'm greedy for more of your love. Gonwoo being a harsh leader and getting them to keep practicing, but everyone on the team, and especially Shinlong, doesn't seem to mind, so it's okay, and this reflects well on Gonwoo and the team that they're working together well and working hard. Gonwoo learning instructions in Chinese, this makes him seem like an even better leader trying to communicate with his teammates in their native language. There was this line from Gonwoo, he said, Shinlong believed in me, and I was like, that's like mega riggery. Because that says to the audiences, oh, you like Shinlong? Well, Shinlong believes in Gonwoo, so you should vote for Gonwoo too. Lots of references to Shinlong in Plot Twist, with him being nervous about evaluations and him finally getting to do a song that he wanted to do. Gonwoo working hard to adapt the choreography with Shinlong's help and emotional support, of course. Working together on the round-winning concept, Gonwoo proposes the idea of having a storyline while Shinlong is the one who proposes the werewolf idea. Everyone else is silent. Both Gonwoo and Shinlong get to describe the storyline during the intro with the B-roll footage of wolves. Their teammates are strangely silent, so I guess they didn't contribute anything, or at least that's what Mnet wants you to think. Shinlong being thankful to the team. Redemption arc of placing last in the interim and then winning the entire round. Shinlong getting the highest score, which is good on him. The judges/mentors love Shinlong, like seriously, they love him so much. Tons of screen time and compliments for both Shinlong and Gonwoo in the performance. So yeah, riggery. The final winners, we have Rose Blossom for vocals, which I thought was hilarious after Dang Hung Hai said they'd come last. This contributes to Leo's depression arc after coming last in Queen Card Team, and now Queen Card Team themselves are last, so I'll expect him to get a good edit next episode to make up for this. Famous wins rap, which is congrats to Sewon and Children, but the benefit didn't do anything and all three of them got eliminated. La 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 wins dance, so I apologise to everyone who got their hopes up when I said I thought Like Jenny would win. I was convinced that Sungwon would be enough for them to win, but apparently not. Anyway, La 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 team are going to M Countdown, which means Shinlong could well run into Stray Kids who are promoting at the same time, which I think is funny. I wouldn't be surprised if Mnet released a behind the scenes video where he runs into them. I want to note two things about La 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 winning though. First, Yunso says he's proud of Shinlong, which is more Shinlong riggery. Second, after they win, there's an extended shot where Shinlong and Gonwoo excitedly stare into each other's eyes, which establishes them as the main characters of the team. Since Gonwoo is taller, it also helps him fill the role of Shinlong's reliable Hyung, and considering all of the Shinlong torture porn this show has been creating, he really needs a reliable Hyung the same way he's a reliable Hyung for Yunso. So prepare for more Gunwoo people. Also, Shinlong has really good reactions. He just reacts very. I mean, I'll just read the rest of the sentence. It makes him seem more animated and likable. He's got very animated reactions, which is good for a K-pop group. And he gets to have an acceptance speech, which is just more screen time for him. I wouldn't be surprised if Shinlong has the most screen time in the whole show by a large margin at the end of all of this. Okay, the final Survivor Live. The candidates for 24th place are Zayi, Harry Jun, and Dongyu. Everyone was shocked and disappointed with all three because all three deserve to continue and are super skilled, and yet two of them will be gone. Cue many an irritated post. Anyway, I like all of them, but you know I had to vote for Dongyu. I've been rooting for him since the first episode when he performed with Rensho. You all may think that Dongyu's segment being shown in episode 7 instead of episode 6 was bad for him because he wouldn't have been boosted by votes as much, but actually I think it was far better for him to be in episode 7 because then his heroics are fresh in people's minds, which I think will make enough people choose for him to survive, but I guess we'll see. It's definitely a risky move for Mnet to take since there is a small possibility that he is eliminated, but if he gets chosen and or otherwise survives, he gets to be set up for the best Suyeon type edit in the next round. Don't forget, Suyeon went from getting the planet pass to almost making it into Kepler, and she would have made Kepler if Mnet decided they liked her more than Zhaoting. Anyway, my personal prediction is that Dongyu will win because I genuinely can't see any other outcome. Yes, Harry and Zayi 1000% deserve to continue, but I think that Dongyu is the most marketable out of all of them and has definitely had the greatest highlight recently. Also, it would be absolutely insane if Dongyu didn't survive because that would mean that for the first time in Korean produce history, the first performance wouldn't hold a debuting contestant, which would be super wacko. Unless Zhongjing debuts, which I think is unlikely. It's certainly possible, but unlikely. Okay, so I stuffed this up a bit. It wouldn't be the first time that someone in the first performance hadn't debuted, but it would be the first time that someone in the first performance hadn't made the finale. There was one dude who made the finale but didn't debut. And like I said, it would be very unlikely for Zhongjing to debut, and he got eliminated. Alright, the AO3 update. The top 10 are as follows. Sangwon, Anshin, Leo, Liu, Kaiwen, Kangmin, Jinso, Shinlong, Jiahao, and Sanghyun. My notes. Sangwon gained 70 fix this week. The domination continues. Anshin has overtaken Leo for 3rd place, which is a good sign for Anshin and a bad sign for Leo. I meant 2nd place, not 3rd place, but whatever. Both are still gaining large numbers of fix each week though. There is a large gap between 3rd and 4th place. You can see it here, the gap from Leo to Liu is massive. Kaiwen is still trending strong, but Hanwen is gone. I don't know why. Shinlong and Jiahao are rising. Both tend to be background characters, although of course they have ships like Jiahao x Anshin. Shinlong seems to often be a background character in the Zihao/Suren fix, which makes sense considering Boy Story. Now for the ships, we have Sangwon Anshin is now at the top. It's overtaken Leo Won by 1 fic. Then we have Leo Won, Kaiwen and Hanwen, Zihao and Suren have soared. Liu Sangwon, Liu Sanghyun, Leo and Sangwon as a friendship ship. Gonwoo, Sangwon, Gyehan, Kangmin probably boosted by Very Very, and Gonwoo and Anshin. So my notes, Halbin are still going strong, duh. Anshin and Sangwon has overtaken Leo Won, so RIP Leo. Zihao Suren is on the rise, probably a similar niche to Kaiwen Hanwen. Gonwoo Sangwon is experiencing a resurgence. So top 8 for this episode based on editing just this episode would be Dongyu, Gonwoo, Shinlong, Hanum, Yumin, Jaehyun, Anshin, and Leo. for a 6k 2C or 5k 3G lineup. Top 8 cumulative is Sungwon 10 out of 10 certainty, Leo 8 out of 10, Unshin 8 out of 10, Shinlong 10 out of 10. I upgraded him as was suggested last week. In fact, at this point, he can be a 10,000 out of 10. Riggory. Liu is 6 out of 10 replaceable from Mnet's perspective. He's the one I'm least certain about. They may choose to highlight Qingwei over him, or they may just have decided that Sanghyun is unstoppable. So I will say Liu 6 out of 10 or Sanghyun 2 out of 10. Mnet may decide that Sanghyun at least has stage presence, but I don't think they actually want Sanghyun. Or Qingwei 6 out of 10 may have a stellar edit next episode. Dongyu 8 out of 10, ready for him to get the Suyeon edit next mission. Gongwoo 9 out of 10, I upgraded him again, and Junmin 7 out of 10. This is a 6k 2C or 4k 4G group, or 5k 3G with Sanghyun. I'll talk about this more in episode 8. I think I might have figured out the last place. Here are some notes. They don't want Junso or Kangmin. They don't want Hengyu for an 8-member group, just the 16-member one. They would like to have Woojin, but they like Gongwon more, and I guess they decided they only have space for one controversial person, other than Leo, that is. Want Qingwei, but not that much. Right now it looks like it's between him and Unshin for Maknae. Unshin isn't very Maknae coded though, and Mnet likes Maknae coded Maknaes. Sanghyun could be, but he doesn't have Maknae vibes in my opinion. Having read back through these posts, it's reminded me that actually Unshin has had several like Maknae edits, so it's quite possible that they will push him for it. But he's older than their typical Maknaes, which is interesting. Even though I think Mnet wants both Leo and Sangwon, I think Leo won't debut. This is a really controversial opinion of mine. I'm just really worried that Leo will be urinated. I understand that he's trending very strong right now, and as I'll discuss in the next post, the second elimination was really good for him, but I don't want to get too comfortable thinking he'll debut. They really like Yunso, but don't actually want him, I think. I'll stick with that. Okay, conclusions. I guess we'll see the wacko outcomes of this round next week. This is usually the round where crazy change-ups happen, so expect weirdness. I predicted that, good on me. I have to say though, I agree with the people who are anxious that Shinlong, Hengyu and Unshin might be the only C trainees to survive this round, although I think there will be at least 4 to 5. Okay, I was right about that, there were 7. Keep in mind that as the number of picks gets lower, the lineup becomes more accurate to the final group/1 picks. For instance, we can tell that Urina had a low 1-pick fan base because her rank started slipping around this point. Also, the guest master lineup for this season is stacked. Like Jo Yuri, San, The8, Bakyo, Gunnock? Insane. Anyway, I am rooting for Nian, Bowen, Surin, Zihao, and Dongyu to survive the elimination. The next round will probably be a 3-pick, and honestly, I don't think I'll be voting, but I'll vote for Shinlong, Dongyu, and Nian depending on their survival. See you all next week for some juicy results. How high will Shinlong go? And how high will Gongwoo go now that he seems to have recovered? Don't forget, a critical thought a day keeps Mnet away. Seems like everyone's sick with the umbrella thing. I got a lot of questions about what people think about like what I think about Mnet's lineup and stuff, which is good. Like I enjoy answering those questions. They're interesting like thought experiments. A lot of people like really came at me for saying that Dongyu can still make the final group and for saying that Leo might not make it. Like guys, don't forget Suyeon, don't forget Suyeon, don't forget Suyeon. A lot of people were talking about other riggory stuff. See this, like, if they truly wanted him in the lineup, why would they give him the Suyeon treatment when it didn't work the first time? It did work. She would have debuted. They just wanted to have at least one C trainee in the final group. If they hadn't done anything, Suyeon was like rank 8, I think. Like, seriously, guys? And like, they'd have pushed him earlier. They wanted Suyeon and they didn't push her earlier. Like, is it very unlikely for him to make the final group? Yes, but if Mnet pushes him enough, he will. This person posed an interesting question. Uh, where is it? What is Junso doing? He does he gets a confessional here, but we don't know the question, like when it was asked, why it was asked. This person has a really good point that like the whole Junso Dongyu edit, Junso gets to look bad because we never get to see his thoughts and feelings. We never get to see what he's doing, what he's working on, etc. This is like one of the big things that makes a difference between an evil edit and an angel edit. So for instance, with Shinlong in episode 3, if we hadn't had those confessionals where he gives insight into his selfless behavior, that would have been an evil edit. Because they gave him the chance to express his thoughts, we understand him better. Because Junso didn't get to explain his thoughts and Dongyu did, we are naturally on Dongyu's side. So, like I said to this person, what is Junso thinking or doing is a really good question for us to ask ourselves, because it's probably a lot more innocent than Mnet is making it seem. I also wanted to mention the fundamental attribution error, which is where you judge yourself based on your intentions. So you're usually more sympathetic to yourself, but you judge other people based on their actions. So you're more critical of them. This is what's happened with Dongyu and Junso, and it's also what happened with Shinlong. Because Shinlong and Dongyu got to express their thoughts, we start to understand their intentions. We stop thinking of Dongyu as being crazy, and we stop thinking of Shinlong as being lazy, and we start thinking of them as selfless and hardworking. But Junso never gets the chance to express his thoughts, which is why we judge him based on his actions, and because he seems harsh and a little bit lazy in this episode, hence the fundamental attribution error. Oh, fundamental attribution error is like one of my favorite psychological constructs, because it influences so much of our daily lives. I personally am trying to overcome mine. I always try and think of what a good intention for someone could be. And I would encourage you guys to do so too, because ever since I've started doing that, like, I've become so much less judgmental. I really liked this comment about a JYP center delivering himself to their door. He's not going to be center because he's Chinese, therefore Chinese, or Mnet thinks Chinese people are evil, but they do want him in the group. There was an interesting comment I wanted to point out. I think it'll be all the way down here. So I had like, I guess a minor conflict with this person where actually they never responded to my post. That like, I'm biased and relying on the heavily orchestrated Mnet choppy editing to conclude that Junso is selfish and mean without evaluating things objectively. This person gave a very good response that that's not what I'm talking about. When I say that Junso seems selfish and lazy, it's an observation of how Mnet want to frame the event. Like, that's why I say seem, and I really appreciated that this person pointed out that I use a lot of uncertain language, especially saying that the audience is supposed to think something, or that someone is shown to be something, because that's what's happening. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. But I do agree with this person that, like, it's heavily orchestrated, choppy editing, right? So we shouldn't just fall down the rabbit hole of hating Junso. Anyway, so no, I don't hate Junso. Let's talk about episode 8, the second elimination. So, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of people were very upset with me last week when I said that I don't think Leo's going to be debuting. I guess I've become more popular because no one was upset with me when I said that in episode 1. Anyway, the good thing is I win either way. Either he debuts and I get to be happy that he debuted, or he doesn't debut and I get to be happy that I was right. Wahaha, you can't defeat me! Anyway, so this week's episode was an elimination episode, which means that it was a lot of waiting around and not a lot of actual content / riggery. Thus, yours truly is sad, but you are all probably happy because you got this post earlier. However, I do still think there are interesting things to discuss, for instance, extra content segments, interesting ranking notes, etc. The second round rankings seem to pretty much consolidate the final lineup via consolidating the top 18, which makes sense since Mnet has now had 7 plus 2 episodes to rig, and thus has manipulated all of us into liking their picks. This is when their plan seems to really fall into place every single season. Cue Mnet evil laughter. So let's get into it. But just before we do that, I've recently released some videos about the riggery of Girls Planet 999. I've decided to do it now since we're now getting into the thick of the Boys 2 Planet riggery, and I want to remind people just how wacky and manipulative Mnet can be. If you want an example from previous seasons, I'd recommend you watch the video. Shameless plug aside, let's talk about the intros. First, we have the horror segment. It's a nice moment to show the variety skills of the trainees. As with most variety segments, it's relatively light on the riggery but still highlights a few people like Leo, Dongyu, Zhongjing, Surin, Hengyu, etc. Also, I find it absolutely hilarious and way too good to be coincidental that Zihao and Xinlong are two of the last survivors and solve the puzzle. Like, that's like 10,000% scripted, surely. Especially considering how much of a scaredy cat Xinlong is. Speaking of, did you notice how he was given probably the most screen time here and was painted very sympathetically? Like, the whole thing was, I don't know which Hyung he was talking to, presumably Gonwoo, but then when he was like, oh, Hyung, don't leave me alone, and then he got left alone, and then he survived till the end, it was hilarious. But probably scripted. Alright, the intro segment with San. Although the final Survivor livestream showed all of the intros, the edited version only shows Mnet's faves and or particularly interesting ones, like Sangwon, Shinlong/Gonwoo, etc. Shinlong and Gonwoo embarrassing themselves was hilarious. When I first watched this, I thought it was hilarious because San looked so nervous to me. It was so funny. And then I find out that he apparently said on a live stream that he was super nervous. I just felt good to be right again. Anyway, of course, we get an abridged version of the final 3 survivors being announced, with confessional overlays and then classic Mnet, a teaser of dramatic changes and 20 plus rank increases before going into the third mission to keep us engaged. Okay, the third mission. We get Theate as a master? It's seriously stacked this season. Also, what's the chance that Halbin are the people who announce the final group? I wouldn't be surprised if that happens because it would tie them further to Zero Base 1 and make Zeros as invested. Anyway, Theate is here to announce the debut concept battle, which is a stupidly named mission since the debut group's concept was probably decided months ago, and this has absolutely no effect on that. I also love how the concept of these final missions is to be involved in things like choreographing and producing, but they almost never do anything in an actual debut group. I mean, they also never do anything in these missions either. Like, it's basically nothing. Anyway, there's lots of Gonwoo screen time. I also really like that Plave produced one of the songs, so shout out to Plave, Dash is epic. Them showing up to introduce Main Dish reminds me of how all the producers on Girls Planet introduced their songs. Like, why did we stop that? I loved hearing the producers' thoughts on their songs. I also find it crazy that people still get shocked that people are going to be eliminated before they perform these songs. Did none of you except Yunso watch previous seasons? Why is Selwon, who was literally on the show last season, surprised? I mean, he's probably acting, but still. And why are people surprised that they're being sorted by the fans? Like, that happens every season. Interestingly, in this segment, we have a lack of Shinlong screen time. He has been replaced by Gomwoo and Sangwon. I guess Mnet are worried now, like maybe they think he has a chance of ranking first, and we absolutely cannot have a Chinese center, even if he's from JYP. It's also interesting that they get to see where everyone goes before they themselves go somewhere. I wonder why Mnet changed this, like, just for the point of it? It seems like a very cheap set and it got rid of all of the drama. So my notes, I loved Sewon referencing Say My Name. I can definitely see that Zihao knows to get himself more screen time. This is more proof that everyone loves Shongjing, and he and Zihao are a brilliant screen time duo. Lots and lots of Lee Jong screen time. Yunso struggling with always being put into cute songs. Sangwon and Chains. What a shocker, am I right? I was shocked to see that Liu wanted to do Chains, but I'm not surprised since it was popular. Like, everyone seems to like the sexy songs. I loved Kangmin shooting Unshin. Like, Unshin's finger guns are really infecting everyone. It's unsurprising that Chains became the Avengers team. That seems to happen with the sexy songs every single time. Inhu and Leo were cute, and I loved Zihao welcoming everyone to main dish. As a matter of interest, since there's only 4 songs, trainees who were together in the last mission are bound to be in the same song this time. With any group larger than 4 people, it would be physically impossible for them to all be on different songs. As always, this shows how Mnet, the trainees, and the fans aren't always on the same page. But let me remind you again that Mnet could well manipulate these teams. The likelihood that fans perfectly sorted the trainees, like evenly between the 4 teams, is pretty much zero, so Mnet definitely manipulated at least some people. I think we can pretty safely say that unless some major shuffling happens, Chains is winning based on popularity alone. Also, the North Face sponsorship is back. Like, this sponsorship has been confusing me so much. Why was it there, then blurred, then gone, then back again? Anyway, this just serves to glorify the top 8 more, because actually this season hasn't glorified the top 8 nearly as much as Girls Planet and Boys Planet did, so I guess better late than never to start. Or maybe they want to start doing it because we're getting to the end. Alright, group previews. I just wrote some notes for each one. So for Lucky Macho, we have Harry as the leader, which is unfortunate. Now that he's gone, I wonder who's going to be the leader. Like Shinlong, Dongyu, maybe? Please give us the best Dongyu leader edit. Mnet, we need a leader. Harry was really smart dividing people up based on their concept. There was lots of there was lots of Harry screen time, which was an interesting choice, but it also makes sense for Mnet considering how they usually give the lowest ranked trainees sob stories in the following mission. Harry missed out in Like Jenny because of Junmin, but here he gets to shine. It's too late, but I guess it's nice. Killing parts, we have Harry and Junmin. Nian versus Junmin was like a little segment, and they clearly like Nian because they didn't evil edit him for this, but they also clearly like Junmin because they showed him being understanding of Nian's desperation. Lots of Harry being a good leader. Jaehyun's struggle arc and a mini cute storyline. In Sugar High, we had everyone being cute. We have a Solwon leader edit and Solwon adopting even more children. He may be eliminated, but him having lots of children was hilarious nonetheless. We have lots of editing about how they're teen and they're young and all of that. I also thought it was interesting that they have a sub leader, Hanyam. I don't think I've ever seen that before, even though we have had instances where people have acted like sub leaders. So, for instance, Gunnook was like a borderline sub leader in On Guard and Tomboy. I suppose that Hanyam will become the leader now because, you know, Selwyn's gone. That would be really good for his chances of making the group if he does. Killing parts, we have Selwyn and Masato. Masato's has like a struggle arc, kind of. Yunso and Qingwei have a highlight as dance leaders, and we have a decent chunk of Woojin screen time. As far as I'm aware, he's been ditched from the final group, but that doesn't mean that Mnet don't like him. I really like how in Sugar High they showed the actual producing process in terms of producing the concept. I don't think they've ever really shown the concept creation before, and I'd really like for us to get more behind the scenes stuff of brainstorming and deciding on concepts and outfits, etc. We got a good chunk of that in Island too. I really appreciated that. Next, we have Chains. Everyone likes the song, but it's a cutthroat competition. I really enjoyed seeing all 3 trainee A members together. We have a Kangmin v Junso edit. I guess Mnet are hoping to basically shove them both out of the top 8 at the same time, 2 birds with 1 stone, very Mnet style. Also, when Junso comments that he's not sure this has ever happened before, him being leader 4 times, I was like, no, dude, don't lie. We did that. Also, hey chat, I think it's been too long. We must have forgotten that Sangwon is depressed and anxious. Time to remind you. Hey, here you go, he is, for a reason that makes almost no sense, feeling anxious and lacking confidence. OMG, don't you feel sorry for him? How about you vote for him and make him feel better? Thanks for handing us a Korean center. Also, he has an emo hairstyle still. Oh, hey, I can do you one better. We have a lacking confidence Korean center. How about a lacking confidence Chinese center too? Hey, did you know that Anshin is shy and anxious? Literally 2 peas in a pod. Or at least that's what Mnet wants you to think. Then we had Anshin versus Jiahao. Killing parts, we have Anshin and Jiahao, aka Fever Team. Anshin and Sangwon get screen time, so here come the shippers, and honestly, this will be good. I reckon this will propel Anshin to certain debut. Speaking of, mark my words, this mission will be the edit that secures Anshin in the group. Mnet are clearly starting to get a bit worried about him. Alright, we have main dish. Zihao is the leader, which I think is really good for him. It'll be good to show that he's not just a funny personality. There's a lot of rappers on the team. Taejo has a lacking confidence arc. Rip. Zihao in the shower was hilarious, and that's probably why Mnet included it. Also, Taejo and Zhongjing using English shows the persistence of language barriers on this show, which really annoys me. That said, I really enjoyed seeing Zihao being a leader and being able to use his experience to encourage others on the show. If you've seen the video I made about Hui on Boys Planet 1, you'll know that I love, love, love when we get to see debuted idols taking trainees under their wing. And I think one of the only good things about these shows is how trainees and idols get to connect with each other to grow. Zihao knows how to get screen time, which is like literally the single most important thing, so I can respect that. That's literally why he survived this round. I also loved Plave showing up. Is this a sign that Plave will take over the industry? Hopefully. We also have low rank struggles. There's always one team with low ranking members. This is it. Actually, this segment made me realize how this mission in all seasons, not just this one, doesn't actually show true skills because there's no diversity in these teams as there should be in an actual debut group. We have all of the rappers in Main Dish, all of the cuties in Sugar High, all of the sexy dudes in Chains, and I guess the leftovers in Lucky Macho. Like, where is the variety? How are the rappers supposed to show their rapping skills when they're all on the same team? Anyway, cue depressing slow-mo sequence of Main Dish people wanting to survive, which will eventually, after the shouting segment, lead us back into the eliminations. So say what you want about Mnet, but they know how to structure an episode. Honestly, I do find the shouting/prayer thing depressing though, because so many people are wishing to debut through the show, but unless you're one of Mnet's picks, there's a next to zero chance of you debuting. So a good chunk of the work of the vast majority of these trainees is in vain, and lots of them don't even get enough screen time to be scouted by companies, so what's the point? Elimination segments. So every time you watch an elimination segment on any survival show, just imagine me, like, in your ear going, dramatic pauses, clues that count for multiple people, crazy music and sound effects, weird reactions, over and over. I did see this really good post with a drinking game for the elimination round, which covers a lot of the typical things they do. So, like, a hint which applies to multiple people, every surviving Chinese contestant, because we know they'll all be eliminated, every time they show Sangwon, right? So that's really good. Go read that and read the comments of it. I do have a few comments on these segments. So Sangwon still has the emo hair. Hey guys, don't you know he's anxious and shy? Very predictable to keep the dance category, the category which has a lot of popular people, until last. Torturing of children, aka Yunso, depressing. Lots of shots of Shinlong/Yunso and other trainee connections like Gomwoo/Shinlong. Possibly scripted English Gomwoo speech to try and win him international fans. He's doing very hot with the Korean fans right now, so all he needs is international ones and he's guaranteed to debut. Olive Young and the foreign interviewer, the whole thing was weird, but I was just happy that it was a relatively harmless prank, unlike sticking a Native American headdress on Hui last season. They of course use this to highlight comedy characters like Zihao and Zhongxing, getting all of the screen time out of him before they eliminate him, I guess. And people they actually like Sangwon and Anshin. This segment made me wonder if we're going to start seeing the Mnet edit for Anshin more, since he's currently trending towards being the Mnet. Of course, they did use this segment to highlight others they like Shinlong, Junmin, and Hengyu, the usual suspects, but I also did find it hilarious that they didn't show any of the English speakers like Leo and Neon doing this because, like, they would have just had a normal conversation with the interviewer. Alright, ranks I found interesting, so it's basically the whole thing, just my comments. 1 is Sangwon, what a shocker. 2 is Anshin, what a shocker. 3 is Leo, which is good. I was worried he'd drop, and like I said to some people for the last episode, if he had dropped here, he would be guaranteed out of the group. The fact that he was 3rd overall and 1st in 133 countries bodes very well for him making the final group. Shinlong is fourth, Slay. I think his rank will be relatively stable. By the way, did you notice that his face looks way more airbrushed than the other trainees here? Did they literally edit him to not have pores in comparison to other trainees like Dongyu who look normal? This is like insane levels of rigory. Also, I know this is just editing, but don't you find it hilarious that when he was announced, there was a literal Tumblr fake story style and everyone clapped moment? I think he got the most applause out of all of the trainees, which shows how much Mnet wants us to celebrate this moment and think he deserves it. That said, I got tons of secondhand embarrassment from him dancing. Um, yeah, look, the everyone clapping for him more than the other trainees was probably edited, but it's still like, that's kind of crazy, man. Um, and then people are saying that he's like, he doesn't know how to fail. He's a wolf king. Like, tell me you want him in the group without telling me you want him in the group. Alright, 5 is Junso. I predict a rank drop next round. 6 is Sanghyun. I predict a rank drop next round. 7 is Gomu. I predict a rank rise next round. I hope everyone is mentally prepared for Gomu being in the group. By the way, all of your faves / our faves seem friends with him, so do with that information what you will. Kangmin is at 8th, I predict a rank drop next round. Masato is at 9th, I predict a rank drop next round. Liu, 10, I predict he will drop next round. Similarly with Sanghyun and Masato, this is the point in the competition where anyone who's considered a dozen by fans tends to get dropped, as casual fans can no longer justify voting for them. It doesn't mean these trainees have no hope, it just means they really need to show their skills. 11, Junmin, I predict a rank rise next round as long as he's edited well. It all depends on the editing. 12, Lee Jung, he's an interesting one. I think he'll get eliminated next round unless something crazy happens. I'll update you more at the end, but I think he's going to get a good edit next round. 13, Junil, Crazy Rise, shows the power of screen time and also possibly associations with Sangwon and Leo. I think he'll be eliminated next time. 14, Hanem, Slay. He may end up being the Ricky of this season in that he's not wanted by Mnet, but he might make the final group by virtue of one pick power. His one pick is like almost entirely Korean, which is good for him. 15 is Hengyu, RIP. 16 is Woojin, RIP. 17 is Zihao, which is a slay. I really want him in the finale. Also, Wonjae, is that you? 18 is Kaiwen, which is cool. 19, Jiahao. He's another Ricky contender, however, he wouldn't actually be a Ricky because, unlike with Hanum, Mnet actually like him, he's just in their top 16, not their top 8. 20 is Yunso. I didn't expect him to survive, but I'm pleasantly surprised. I predict he'll be eliminated next round, though, as all of the Shinlong fans drop him in favour of Shinlong. 21 is Qingwei, the maknae we need but don't deserve. Very sad. 22 is Yumeki, which is a rip. I was not expecting him to be this low. I think there's a decent likelihood he gets eliminated next round. 23 is Hanwen. I was surprised he survived, but I'm not upset. I think he'll be eliminated next round, though. He's mostly there to hype up the power of the benefit. Like, they really push the whole, like, he wouldn't have survived without the benefit. And 24, as I predicted last time, is Dongyu. So Dongyu Nation rise! Let's debut him! So San mentioning that he shot up overnight after the previous episode really shows the power of a good edit, and it's also probably why Mnet gave him that edit. I imagine he will continue to rise in the next elimination, although whether he survives or not is entirely dependent on Mnet's editing. There was a leak that said he was at 16 currently, but like it's completely unreliable, so don't believe it. So overall, I was very pleasantly surprised by the results. I was very apprehensive for the week, and I felt like I got good news after good news after good news. Hanim survived, Hengyu survived, Zihao, Jiahao, Yunso, and Qingwei, none of whom I really expected to survive, survived. I thought the top 24 would have no one I was really interested in, but I like the vast majority of these people, and anyone I don't like Masato, Sanghyun, Liu, I'm neutral towards. I'm genuinely so happy that Zihao and Jiahao made it. I think they both really deserved it. Considering I and many other people were concerned that the only C trainees to survive this mission might be Shinlong, Anshin, and Hengyu, having 7 survive was a good surprise. Then to top it off, Shinlong was 4th and Dongyu was, admittedly, predictably, 24th. It was a pretty good day. Now for the graveyard. I am mega depressed that Nian got eliminated. I think he deserves so much better. I really hope he gets the chance to shine in the future. I really hope that he goes on the C group show that Mnet's going to run and then becomes the center or something, and then that group's really popular. That's my wish for him. I was also sad to see Harry, Surin, Yunmin, Salwon, Yetchan, Bowen, and Taejo go. I do want to note though that this elimination segment really showed how the 4-week voting period was unusually stable, and thus how it would have given people or fans with pre-existing fan bases a false sense of security. So for instance, Sewon was 20th last time, but he was only 20th because he'd been so stable beforehand. The only reason the ranks changed so much is because of how stable last round was, while this one was affected by the first mission. The next round will be significantly affected by the second mission, I believe, so we can definitely expect Dongyu to rise. I think we can expect Junso to fall, and maybe Kangmin too. I think we can expect Sanghyun to fall a bit, that kind of thing. Next, we have the AO3 update. There's no particular updates from last week, but you can have a look for yourselves if you want. It's a long link that it won't let me embed in the text, so here's the big long link. The reason it's so long is because I pre-removed most of the Boys Planet 1 trainees. The only thing I wanted to say is I noticed that, like, when I checked it, the second most recent fic was a Zihao Surin Wump fic about Surin being eliminated, which made me sad. I didn't read it, but just looking at it made me sad. Alright. Alright, and that's top 8 this episode, in no particular order, basically just screen time. We've got Harry, Sangwon, Leo, Anshin, Shinlong, Sewon, Jaehyun, and Zihao. A very unrealistic top 8, especially considering 3 of them are gone. 5k 3c or 3k 5g. Mnet's top 8 cumulative, in no particular order with a ranking of how certain I am, not a final lineup prediction, guys. Sangwon, Leo, I upgraded Leo to 9 out of 10. I upgraded Anshin to 9 out of 10. Shinlong's 10 out of 10. Yunso, I put him back, 6 out of 10 returning. I am tentatively replacing Liu, Hengyu, Sanghyun, Qingwei with him, but whether he becomes the Mnet or not really depends on his edit in the coming mission, otherwise he'll be eliminated. He's a bit young for a Planet 999 Mnet, but we've had Wonyoung in produce, so I guess it's acceptable. Dongyu, 8 out of 10, Gomwoo, 9 out of 10, Junmin, 7 out of 10, still not fully certain. This is a 6k 2c or a 5k 3g group, which is very appropriate for Mnet and not far off from my predicted 4k 4g group, so they may replace one Korean with an international K-Planet trainee, but I doubt it. Some notes I have: I'm not fully sure about Yunso and Junmin. We really have to see what happens this episode. Rip Qingwei, my poor child, and rip Junso and Kangmin, who look like they're going to get nuked next episode. I wanted to say, notice how much riggery has already happened and how the top 8 is already being taken over with Mnet's ideal trainees. Mnet strikes again. A 9th producer pick in the final episode and or doing a live survivor save for 9th place. I've been vocal that I think something like this will happen, and a lot of people have been unconvinced because, quote, then it would spoil who gets eliminated. But this week, while making the Girls Planet videos, I remembered that Mnet literally announced an interim result during the finale of Girls Planet that Xiaoting and Hikaru were fighting for 9th place, so there is a precedent for this to some extent. Yes, it's different, but it also wouldn't spoil who gets eliminated because there's always hope for both of the 2 trainees, up until there isn't. As far as this lineup, I think Anshin's going to end up being the Mnet. I don't think it'll be Yunso unless he gets some, like, epic edit in the coming episode. Junmin really depends on the edit. I would say Sangwon, Leo, Anshin, Shinlong, Dongyu, Gomwoo. Those 6 people I am very certain about, and you can see that based on my rankings. Junmin, Yunso, like I said, not like those two final positions, I am not 100% sure on. Those two final positions either have to be both Korean trainees or one Korean, one global K Planet trainee. Um, there is a small possibility that Qingwei gets some epic edit in the coming mission. There is a small possibility that Woojin gets some epic edit. However, reading back these posts, one person who might be a likely underdog is Lee Jong. Lee Jong has been given a lot of screen time and most of it's been really positive. Would it be super bizarre to have three debuted idols, Lee Jong, Junmin, and Shinlong, in the group? Yes, but this season does have an unusually high number of previously debuted idols. Would it also be wacko to have two members from the same group, Junmin and Lee Jong, in the same group? Yes, but I don't think it's impossible. It's never happened before because that one guy from Newest was rigged out of 101. But, like, Lee Jong is looking pretty hot right now. And if he can showcase his vocals and or dance really well in the coming mission, I think he'll be doing pretty well. But I would be very surprised. Okay, not very surprised, but like I think the core group we are looking at is Sangwon, Leo, Anshin, Shinlong, and Gomwoo. Dongyu is definitely an Mnet pick. Will he get a good enough edit to make the group? That's a different question. And then the other two spots are possibly going to be the two spots that go to the Mnet not picks, right? Like I've been saying, they usually have one or two people in the final group who they didn't want. And I think the Yunso Junmin spots are going to be those spots. Who gets them? Bro, I don't know. Sanghyun maybe, Kangmin possibly. Woojin, Hanum has a good chance because he's got a good Korean fan base. But I guess we will see. Alright. Okay, conclusions. I'm very excited to see Zihao next week. Mnet get very lucky that there's never been a team with 0 people left over after the second elimination. I genuinely don't know what they would do if that was the case, but it's never happened. I'm also very excited to see an epic Dongyu edit and more of Mnet making sure that Shinlong wins over everyone. I'm also morbidly curious to see more Gomwoo riggery. Don't forget, a critical thought a day keeps Mnet away. See you next week for what I'm sure will be some mega riggery. I'm still not voting, but last night I did vote for Shinlong, Dongyu, and Qingwei. So that was my post. Apparently Dongyu is the leader of Lucky Macho and probably also the main vocal. So I am desperately hoping that he gets some epic edit. I'm also saying that I hope that Zihao makes the finale. People want me to upgrade Gomwoo. I think I will next episode. Girls Planet, I liked this one. A lot of other people are talking about the airbrushing because Shinlong has acne scars, which is unfortunate for him, considering the polish you need to be a Korean idol. And yeah, we will see how the final group goes. So, thank you everyone for listening to my Boys Planet posts. I will be making more of them on the subreddit, so if you're interested in that, follow my account. I post them on my community tab, so you can also just follow that as well. I have heard that this season is going to be 11 episodes instead of 12, which is even more of a return to Produce because the first 2 seasons of Produce had 11, which is riggery. Okay, not really, it's just them going back to Produce. And yeah, It's going to be interesting. I know I said I'd do 6 episodes at the start of this, but I decided to do all 8 that I've done so far, just so you have maximum access to my thoughts on how it's going. I won't do the other 3 to 4 until after the show has finished, but like I said, you can always just read the posts anyway. Um, I may or may not release the Riggery of Boys Planet 1 video before the end of the show. Please vote for Dongyu if you are looking for an extra person. And I feel like I had something else to say, but I've forgotten what it was. So, look, thanks for listening. I hope it was interesting. Since I started recording this, I've had 2 extra votes to do this, so I guess that's good. Alright, bye!